député d'Argenteuil. La petite nation va nous mener dans le hymne national.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on God for thee.
Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Thank you so much. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for Canada to recognize the state of Palestine. This Friday marks International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. For far too long, the Palestinian people have suffered being stateless. Canada has long supported a two-state solution. Canada took the first step towards diplomatic relations 30 years ago. Canada has a representative office in Ramallah. Palestine has a representative office in Ottawa. Time is past due to take the next step. Time is past due to stand up for what's right. End this misery. Preserve human rights. Recognize the state of Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Today I'm wearing pink to honor the life and legacy of a remarkable young girl, Bella Thompson, or as she's better known around the world, Bella Brave. Bella had a big personality and an even bigger TikTok following of 7 million people, where she would brighten your day with videos of her dancing, singing, and short music video collabs with her mom and even the Calgary Flames. Bella had to overcome many obstacles in her life. She was born without an immune system. She was a frequent visitor to the children's hospitals in both Saskatoon and Toronto and underwent a bowel transplant in 2023. She had every right to complain, but instead, she chose to use her life experience and platform to encourage other kids going through tough times and to spread the overflowing joy that she possessed. Having received an organ transplant, she was a strong advocate for signing up to be an organ donor and for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, to name a few. I want to leave you with the words of her mother, Kyla, after Bella passed away. Bella would want you to remember, God is love, be brave, and you're never too old to bring a stuffy.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, cancer is a reality that will affect 2 in 5 Canadians, including my mother. Early detection is the key in the fight against this disease. There's many organizations who are working hard to support all the cancer patients, but the organizations like Cancer Warriors are at the forefront of supporting and empowering cancer patients. Last Friday, I was grateful to attend the 7th Annual Awareness and Fundraising Gala organized by Cancer Warrior founder Navneet Sharma, along with the board members Sita Mohan, Nisang, Indu, and Akshay. The event featured a survivor walk where 15 brave survivors showcased outfits designed by Dinesh K. Ramsey. This walk aimed to break the stigma associated with the cancer diagnosis. By raising awareness, offering hope, and empowering those affected, we can all contribute to saving lives. The work of Cancer Warriors exemplifies how collective efforts can make a major impact. Let us all be inspired and support the vital cause.
Here, here.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, Le Pavois is celebrating its 35th anniversary. This organization was founded in Limoilou. Its goal is the social, professional, and educational integration of people living with mental health challenges. It offers support to enhance their quality of life through 3 social economy enterprises. At the heart of this organization, many women have distinguished themselves over the years. First, founder Vesta W. Jobidon, the first woman to believe in the organization. Then Lisette Boivin, who was the first CEO from 1989 to 2015. Today, Le Pavois is headed by Francine Cyr, a dedicated woman who always cares about the well-being of members. Thanks to these remarkable women, our community can count on a reliable and recognized mental health resource. To all those who've worked with us over the past 35 years, thank you for your extraordinary work. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding person from my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, Mr. Daniel Bissonnette. Mr. Bissonnette has been at the heart of the Musée Régional de Vaudreuil-Soulanges since 1981, including a remarkable 38-year period as CEO. Under his visionary leadership, the museum has grown not only in size, but also in reputation to become one of Quebec's most respected historical institutions. For over 40 years, Mr. Bissonnette has worked tirelessly to preserve and share our region's rich heritage. As Mr. Bissonnette prepares to enjoy a well-deserved retirement this December, I'd like to thank him for his significant contribution to the culture of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and of Quebec as a whole. Thank you, Daniel, for all you've done. On behalf of all those you've touched, we wish you a happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Perth-Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the Mayor of the Township of Perth South, Jim Aitchison, following his sudden passing last week. Jim was dedicated to his family and his community. He was a proud life member of the Downey Optimist Club, and in politics, he was first elected as a Downey Ward councillor and would go on to serve as Deputy Mayor, Mayor, and 3 terms as Warden of Perth County. Jim served as Warden during some of the most challenging times the county has faced. Under Jim's leadership, significant efforts were made to improve mental health supports for first responders and the communities they serve. Jim was a no-nonsense type of leader, and while some of his advice may have used language that would not be considered parliamentary, you always knew where you stood with Jim. To his wife Lori and their kids Kelly, Tracy, and Greg, I know that you are as proud of him as he was proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey-Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to welcome to Ottawa Mr. Jaspal Singh Manjpur, a human rights defender from Punjab. A distinguished lawyer, Mr. Manjpur has dedicated his career to defending religious minorities and others facing systemic discrimination. He has litigated landmark cases that now guide legal teams across the subcontinent in securing fundamental rights. As counsel for many political prisoners, he advocates for freedom of expression and dissent. Beyond the courtroom, he advocates for policy reform and has authored many reports on human rights in India. Guided by Sikh principle of Sarvatada Pala, the welfare of all, Mr. Manjpur exemplifies the fight for justice, dignity, and human rights. I urge all members to join me in thanking him for his service.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, food insecurity is an issue for many families, and I would like to recognize an organization making a difference in our community. Feed Scarborough, more than just simply a food bank. Feed Scarborough has embraced the UN Sustainable Development Goals as a guiding framework. This means their commitment goes beyond hunger, creating pathways towards economic stability, educational growth, health, and environmental sustainability. Their food bank is complemented with services and programs to reduce poverty, promote quality education, promote gender equality, and to support economic growth. Their Healthy Meal program provides over 2,000 nutritious, balanced meals weekly, and their School Hamper program partners with local schools to provide nutritious food hampers to families in need, ensuring children have the energy and focus for an academic success. I would like to thank the team and volunteers at Feed Scarborough for their commitment to addressing food insecurity in Scarborough, and I encourage all who can to support their local food banks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Government documents show about 1.1 million temporary resident visas will expire by the end of next year. Yet when asked at committee how his department will ensure these individuals leave once their visas expire, the immigration minister had no plan. After 9 years of mismanagement, the minister's only solution is to hope people leave voluntarily. At committee, he deflected, offering vague answers about monitoring and partner organizations. Canadians deserve better than a minister who cannot explain how his own department enforces immigration rules. We need a Canada First plan that will fix the immigration system they broke. Canada needs a serious, enforceable immigration plan that protects our system's integrity. The Prime Minister's YouTube videos and bogus claims on immigration only create more chaos, mismanagement, and uncertainty. The PM claimed in the same YouTube fantasy video that immigration would balance out. Speaker, immigration will balance itself? Who is he kidding? Only common sense conservatives will fix this broken liberal immigration system.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start first to wish my granddaughter a happy 15th birthday. Canadians have faced much strife through challenging years in their everyday life. Our government hears them. We're here to bring cheer. Just last week, the Prime Minister made it clear we're stepping up big at this time of the year. Starting December the 14th, here's the decree. Many daily goods will be tax-free. Saving like these, where it matters most, gives family a break they can really toast. Yet across the aisle, there's a bitter scene. The Conservatives sulk in a Grinch-like routine. While we deliver joy, they just complain. Stealing holiday hopes is their usual refrain. But Canadians know the Conservative heart are too small to support families struggling, one and all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, it is National Addictions Awareness Week. Canadians commemorate the countless precious lives lost from the plague of drug use. 47,000 Canadians have died due to drug overdose since 2015, including more than 8,000 last year alone. Every person had dreams, hopes, and aspirations. None of them wanted to become addicted to drugs, and none of them wanted to die. They deserve better. Their families deserve better. All Canadians deserve better than a failing government who thinks the best way to fight overdose crisis is to flood the streets with more drugs. We need to fully reverse the liberalization of drugs, which is killing Canadians and threatening our borders. We need to ban precursor drugs, prosecute every trafficker, and we need to science-based prevention, treatment, and recovery. This madness must stop. A common-sense Conservative government will put an end to this terrible experiment, and we will have a Canada First plan to secure our borders and bring our loved ones home drug-free.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal coalition is alive and well, and Canadians know that they are not worth the cost. Do you remember when the NDP leader made a big stunt about ripping up his deal with the Liberals? Right. He said then, Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. But now, Mr. Speaker, even when Liberal MPs are calling for a new Prime Minister, the NDP leader continues to support this government no matter the cost.
Unbelievable.
He supports the carbon tax, which he has voted to increase over 24 times. He supports inflationary deficits that are driving up the cost of living. He supports soft on-crime policies that have risen violent crime by 50% across the country. And he has said he would fight like hell for Canadian workers, but is nowhere to be seen when we are facing a threat of American terrorists. Mr. Speaker, it is time for a carbon tax election so that Canadians can vote for our Canada First plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I love Christmas music. If We Make It Through December is one of my favorites about the difficult times that families experience during the holiday season. On December 14th, our government will help families by pausing the tax on essential items like groceries, toys, children's clothing, holiday goodies, and even Christmas trees. But Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, he's a mean one, Mr. Grinch, and he doesn't want your Christmas tax break. That is, unless it benefits his wealthy oil and gas donors.
Yeah.
And while conservatives on the naughty list still refuse to get security checks, on this side of the House, we're making sure Canadians don't have a blue Christmas. Across Canada, we're giving smart policy instead of cheap slogans, bringing joy to children, and helping restaurants thrive, all to make sure that it's the most wonderful time of the year. And Mr. Speaker, that's something to sing about.
Order, please. Order. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, every 6 days, another woman is killed by intimate partner violence. Today is one of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, a call to action to challenge the systems, the laws, and the attitudes that lead to violence against women, girls, and gender-diverse individuals. In Canada, gender-based violence is an epidemic, one that disproportionately impacts Indigenous women, racialized women, migrant women, and members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community. On December 6th, I will join the City of Victoria's vigil to honor the 14 women killed in the École Polytechnique massacre, victims of misogynistic violence. But it's not enough to commemorate, it's not enough to pledge, we need concrete action. The government has failed to deliver sustainable funding for shelters, failed to provide affordable housing, failed to implement the calls to justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Enough is enough. Everyone deserves to live free from violence.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Today, we celebrate the extraordinary achievement of one of Quebec's most important voices, Pierre Houde, who's been inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. On November 11th, he received the Foster Hewitt Award, presented by the NHL Broadcasters Association, to honor a member of the radio and TV industry for his contribution to his profession and to hockey in general. He is, my word, the fourth francophone to win this award, following in the footsteps of René Lacavalière, Richard Garneau, and Gilles Tremblay. Hockey fans have been treated to Pierre Houde's dulcet tones on RDS for 36 years. But Pierre Houde doesn't just do hockey, he's also our Formula One commentator and the voice of the Olympics. Mr. Houde, thank you for your passion, your respect for the French language, and your careful preparation. Thank you for guiding sports fans through so many battles. Wishing all Quebecers a Stanley Cup with you soon. We want to hear you say it over and over again very soon. He shoots, he scores!
Order. À l'ordre. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, Canada trades nearly twice as much with the United States as it does all other countries combined. 40% of our economy is tied to that relationship. But this week, President-elect Trump threatened a 25% tariff on all goods. And after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, we are unprepared for this crisis. The economy is shrinking. Food prices have risen 37% faster here than in the U.S. Canadians now carry the highest household debt in the G7. Canadian housing inflation is the worst it's ever been, and our military is in shambles. We need a Canada First plan. The Prime Minister must cancel his plan to hike carbon tax by 61 cents a litre. He needs to stop his reckless energy cap
will cut Alberta and Saskatchewan production by 35%. And he must reverse his billion-dollar cut to the military and invest in securing our borders against illegal fentanyl imports and exports. Canada needs leadership. Leadership with the brains and the backbone to stand up to this country, to stand up for Canada. As Laurier said, Canada first, Canada last, Canada always. Let's bring it home!
Order. The honourable member from Fleetwood, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, when someone tells you who they are, it's wise to believe them. When the leader of the opposition demonstrates an authoritarian personality, we better pay close attention. Dr. Jennifer Gunter, New York Times women's health columnist, warns that Conservatives have proposed and voted for forced birth legislation 9 times. All have been defeated, but if those come back, and I think he'd let them, we have a Conservative leader who tells us he'd use the notwithstanding clause to override our charter protections. We have a Conservative leader who disregards voices from corporate Canada, but he'll take their money. He says he'll bully cities to ignore voices from our neighbourhoods on property development. He spies on and muzzles his own MPs who Canadians thought they were their voice in Parliament. He, like his mentor Stephen Harper, is a party of one. He treats his own caucus with an iron fist. Would he do the same with the rest of the Canadians? Who knows? But it's best not to give him the chance.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Canadians are facing the threat of tariffs by the United States. Now, what's the situation here after 9 years with this Prime Minister? Our economy is weak. Our armed forces, our military is weak. Our borders are weak. The Prime Minister himself is weak. When will we finally have an election so that Canadians can choose themselves a strong leader who will protect the economy and put Canada first? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, how ironic. We've given the Conservative Party a chance to put Canadians first, but what do? Well, they vote against initiatives that would help Canadians. They voted against dental care. They vote against the school food program. They voted against more spots in daycare. And they're going to vote against the tax break we're offering Canadians to help them over the next few months. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party leader rises every day to block help for Canadians. He's only thinking about his own interests, not what's best for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. This Prime Minister is just too weak. He is too weak to protect our economy against Donald Trump's threats. For 3 weeks now, it's been 3 weeks since the President-elect was elected. He's been repeating his threats for weeks. And what's the Prime Minister's plan? A Zoom call. A Zoom call with provincial premiers who feel that this Prime Minister is too weak. Quebec will send the Quebec Provincial Police to protect its borders. Alberta says that this Prime Minister is not defending and standing up for our economy. When will we have an election so that we can get ourselves a strong leader who will protect our economy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative Party leader is playing petty partisan politics and putting on a show in this House, we are working every day to help Canadians. Members of Parliament represent their constituents here in this place. That's what we're doing on this side. But on the other side, everyone is just helping the Conservative leader rather than constituents. We are helping with school food, with daycare. They're not supporting that. They say that everything is broken, but they're the ones trying to break everything for Canadians. We're here to invest in Canadians. They're here to sow chaos and discord, to break things, to not help Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Face an unprecedented threat from President Trump's potential tariffs. And what is the state of things here in Canada? Our economy is weakened. Our borders are weakened. Our military is weakened. And most of all, our Prime Minister is weakened. Why can't we have a carbon tax election so Canadians can choose a leader with the brains and backbone to protect our economy and put Canada first?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition focuses on himself and on me, we're staying focused on Canadians. We're investing in the kinds of things that are going to help people. We stood up for dental care. We stood up to deliver a school foods program. We're moving forward with more spaces at $10 a day childcare, all things that the Conservative Party voted against. But most recently, Mr. Speaker, they've announced they're going to be voting against the GST break for Canadians over the next couple of months, something that's going to help people at a time where they need that little extra help. But he doesn't care about helping Canadians. He just wants them to suffer more, so maybe he has a chance.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's lost control of our borders. He's lost control of immigration. He's lost control of spending. And with that erratic performance, we now see that he's lost control of himself. No wonder foreign leaders believe they can walk all over him. They see him as a weak, incompetent leader who does not even have the support of his own party. Yes. Why won't he put the country first for a change, allow a carbon tax election so Canadians can have a prime minister who will protect this country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You can tell he stood up all night against the mirror trying to practice that line. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we've got our sleeves rolled up. We are fighting for Canadians every single day. We will stand up for good Canadian jobs. We will make sure we continue to have great relations with the United States as we build a stronger future on both sides of the border. We're going to continue to deliver the kinds of things that matter for Canadians. Dental care, free insulin, school food programs, all programs that Conservatives voted against, and now they're going to vote against a GST break for Canadians right across the country for the next few months. That's not being there for Canadians, that's being there for himself.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just to prove how weak and out of control he's become, he just engaged in a mass hallucination, listing off a bunch of programs that actually don't even exist outside of his own head. But if he's not prepared to stand up for the country when it comes to trade, then why don't we have a real election about taxes? He can run on his tiny 2-month tax trick, and I'll run on my common sense plan to axe the tax and axe the sales tax on new homes. How about a carbon tax election now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We saw it perfectly clearly just now, the fact that he is trying to gaslight Canadians. He just said that the dental care program, to pick one, doesn't even exist. Well, tell that to the 1 million plus Canadians who've gone to see the dentist, many for the first time in years, because of the Canada Dental Care benefit. This is what he's standing against. He's trying to convince Canadians that everything's broken while he forces his MPs to vote against a GST break that's going to help Canadians over the coming months. That's not leadership. That's pandering to the lowest common denominator.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has everyone unanimously against him and his so-called Christmas present. Canadians don't want it, business owners don't want it, retirees don't want it, students don't want it, economists don't want it. Even those who are well off and kind-hearted, they don't want it. No one wants the Prime Minister's Christmas gift. When will the Prime Minister understand that one cannot buy votes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling. That's why we are offering a tax break to all Canadians for the next few months. A tax break the restaurant, at the grocery store. We know that Canadians are struggling these days. We have one of the best financial situations of all G7 countries, and that means that we're able to help Canadians a little bit. The Bloc might not want that, but that's because the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, all they want is to pick fights and squabbles. They don't want the government to truly help Canadians and Quebecers, but despite them in their opposition, that's exactly what we're going to do.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Canadians who are struggling are those who will not receive a rebate check. You know who is struggling, Mr. Speaker? The Liberals themselves. The Conservatives don't seem to support the proposal. The NDP neither. The Bloc Québécois neither. No one in this House seems to support the rebate check. If the Prime Minister is so sure of himself, why doesn't he make it a matter of confidence and have a confidence vote? Order, please.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that opposition parties want a political excuse to vote against something that Canadians do want. Canadians need a tax break. That's exactly what we are giving them. It will be up to opposition parties to decide whether they want to be there for their constituents, to be there for Canadians who are struggling, or if they prefer playing petty partisan politics and picking fights. The Bloc and the Conservatives want to say that Canada's broken, but we on this side are here for Canadians to support them and to help them when times are tough.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, trouvez l'erreur.
Mr. Speaker, tell me what's wrong with this picture. On the one hand, we have Danielle, who is retired for medical reasons. Her disability income is $45,000 a year. On the other hand, we have her spouse, who earns $125,000 a year. Who's going to receive a $250 check in the spring? Yes, that's right. According to the Liberals, her spouse should receive a check, but not Danielle herself. She's being punished because she's too sick to work. That makes no sense whatsoever. My question to the Prime Minister is simple. What does he have to say to Danielle and to all retirees?
J'aimerais juste signaler à tous les députés.
I would like to say to all members to please be very careful in their choice of words.
Bon côté, de notre,
They should pick words that are accepted. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Dans cette chambre depuis assez longtemps.
I've been in this house for long enough, Mr. Speaker, long enough to remember a time when the NDP stood up for Canada's workers. In fact, they were the party of workers in Canada. Now, workers who have been shouldering a heavy burden throughout the pandemic, throughout the inflation crisis, they have done so much, and we have supported them. We're also supporting seniors and young people. But with this measure, with this rebate, we want to acknowledge the hard work of workers who need our support. The NDP is against it. The party that truly stands for workers is not the NDP, it's the government.
Member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Like most Canadians, seniors are doing what they can to get by, but things are tough. The Liberals have let people down, watching as seniors struggle to even buy their groceries. The Liberals' latest disappointment, cutting seniors out of their $250 rebate. Meanwhile, the Conservatives rub elbows with the same grocery CEOs who are jacking up costs. Will the Prime Minister listen and give seniors a much-needed break? I mean, come on, even his own MPs are asking for him to fix this.
Yeah, fix it!
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I remember when the party of Tommy Douglas, of Ed Broadbent, of Jack Layton was actually a party that stood up for workers. But now that we have a government that is recognizing that workers carried us through this pandemic, the Canadian workers saw us through one of the worst global inflation crises the world has ever seen, and that we want to give them support because we know things are tough for workers, not to take away anything from the help we're giving seniors or youth. We want to be there for workers, and the NDP is suddenly against benefits for workers. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No sense, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't agree more. Here we have the NDP claiming to have torn up their deal, their carbon tax coalition with the Prime Minister. But then they taped it back together when he promised a 2-month tax trick. Then, after taking credit for it, the NDP says they didn't know what was in it. Right. And now they're opposed to it. Mr. Speaker, these two leaders can't even figure out how to give away $6 billion properly. Isn't it time for a carbon tax election so that we can elect a common sense government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, MPs are supposed to represent their constituents here in Ottawa, but the Conservative Party MPs are choosing to represent their leader back in their constituency. I know Canadians across the country, including in Conservative ridings, are looking forward to saying no taxes on meals in restaurants or on all groceries or on kids' clothes for the next few months. But the leader is making them vote against these measures to help Canadians. If Conservative MPs want to stand up for Canadians, they need to stand up against their leader.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians are ready to stand up and speak for themselves. The Prime Minister wants to lecture us about democracy. Then why don't we have a referendum? A referendum election where the choice will be the following. A tiny 2-month tax trick with the NDP Liberals, or a permanent axing of the carbon tax and axing the sales tax on new homes. Why not let Canadians decide now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, for the Leader of the Opposition to end the price on pollution would mean to end the Canada carbon rebate that comes to people's homes 4 times a year and delivers more money to middle-class Canadians than the price on pollution actually costs, while at the same time decreasing emissions. And in regards to housing, his failed housing proposal was to cut billions of dollars from cities across this country that they're investing in building housing. That would drive up property taxes for homeowners. That would make it harder to build homes. He has a proposal that is electorally interesting for him, but won't do anything for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Electorally interesting. That's his condescending way of saying Canadians actually like my plan. Because Canadians have figured out that after 9 years of this weak Prime Minister, spending $80 billion on housing, with the result being the doubling of housing costs, that spending billions more won't make any difference. We're going to slash that bureaucracy and use the savings to axe the sales tax on Canadian homes. Why won't he let Canadians decide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mayors from Kelowna, Abbotsford, Ucluelet, all in Conservative ridings across the country are speaking up that the investments we're making in the Housing Accelerator is helping them cut red tape, increase densification, create more homes more quickly. And the plan the Conservative Party has put forward to remove those billions of dollars from municipalities, just as they're tackling the housing crisis, would harm Canadians. But the Leader of the Opposition doesn't care about harming Canadians. What he wants to do is gain power, and he'll do anything he can to do that. While we stay focused on Canadians, he's focused on himself.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has run a groundbreaking experiment. He's put billions of dollars in a sack and offered it to politicians, and the finding? They're willing to accept the money. Incredible. A groundbreaking sociological study. He wants to give more money to local politicians who block home building. We want to use the same money to cut taxes for the people who buy homes and build homes. Why won't we allow Canadians to decide whether they want the money to go to the politicians or to the people in a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, at least the Conservative leader is true to form in that he would rather pick fights with everyone than actually deliver for Canadians. We know, as we saw during the pandemic, as we've seen through the inflation challenges, working together with the provinces, working together with municipalities to get things built for Canadians is what they want. What does the Leader of the Opposition do? He insults people, but then he also votes against direct money in Canadians' pockets, whether it's with investments in childcare or dental care, whether it's investments in taking the tax off of groceries for the next few months. These are things that he's standing against out of political self-interest.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just shows how out of control he's become. He can't stay on a subject. He brings up housing, so I agree. I just threw away my script and said, let's debate housing. So he now changes the subject back to his 2-month tax trick. Well, here's the trick, everyone. After the tax break runs out in February, they're going to hike the carbon tax on heat, housing, gas, and groceries, all as a part of a plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. So will he get himself under control, show some strength for a change, and call a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, every day I get up in this House, I talk about one thing and one thing only, Canadians, and how we are there to help Canadians, how we're there to grow a stronger economy for Canadians, with direct investments that will support them, with free insulin, with dental care, with more spaces in childcare, all things that the Leader of the Opposition is voting against. Yes, we're investing in the most ambitious housing solution that this country has ever seen, things that he didn't do when he was Stephen Harper's failed housing minister. We're going to continue to stand up and fight for Canadians while the Leader of Opposition gets up, pulls off his little performances, and fights against me.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He said he was going to talk about one thing, and then he rambled on about 10 or 15 things, all things he hallucinates that one day he might do if only he were given another 9 years in office, Mr. Speaker. Instead of talking about his real record, which is that he doubled housing costs, he doubled food bank use, he doubled the debt, and now he wants to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Mr. Speaker, we need a Prime Minister who's in control of himself, so why doesn't he call a carbon tax election so we can get one?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll say it again. The Canada Carbon Rebate puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians. But the Leader opposite wants to talk about one thing. He talks about food banks. Let's talk about the school food program. This is a program that sends federal dollars directly into school boards, directly to support delivering good food programs for kids. No bureaucracy, just investments in school food programs. The Conservative leader voted against it, and worse, he forced his own MPs to vote against it, to stand up against their constituents and side with him instead of in Canadians who need help.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, imagine what we could do with $6 billion. Everyone in this House has already voted on a measure for more money for retirees aged 65 to 74. We could put $3 billion in housing, for instance, which would help families. The problem, though, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister doesn't seem to realize that most of this House no longer has confidence in him. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast, Canadians are struggling. That's why we are helping them directly with a 2-month tax break to help them get through difficult times. We are also offering direct support to workers, those who have been working for a long time. As for seniors, we've invested heavily in them over the past few years. We've also invested significantly in young people. Workers need support too. This rebate will deliver direct support to workers, support that they need. But once again, the Bloc Québécois is just looking for a fight. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It's clear that retirees and young people must be pretty confused hearing that they've been helped so significantly. Mr. Speaker, no one wants these Christmas goodies, these presents. The Liberal Party of Canada's members of Parliament and all other members here voted in favor of equality for retirees. I think people are ready to pay a certain level of taxes if their money is going to be handled and spent properly. Is the Prime Minister ready to move a confidence vote on his new measures? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has Bloc Québécois opposition days during which they can set the agenda in the House. Meanwhile, we will continue to work to support seniors, which is what we've been doing for a long time. We will continue to take good care of seniors. We will continue to invest in them. We also want to invest in workers to acknowledge the hard work that they do, to acknowledge the struggles they've been through with global inflation, with the pandemic. We are here to support them. If the Bloc Québécois wishes to vote against workers, then they can feel free to do so, and then they can explain that to workers in Quebec and elsewhere. We are here to support workers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We need a plan. We need a plan to protect our economy from President Trump's threats. Americans and Canadian provincial premiers have raised issues of chaos at our borders and within our immigration system. There are 4.9 million visas and permits which will expire in the next 13 months, give or take. If people leave Canada to go to the States illegally, there will be consequences for our economy. What is the plan to guarantee that those who should leave Canada will indeed do so? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, every year in our country, thousands of residence permits, tourist visas, and other visas expire and people return to their countries. We have mechanisms and processes in our immigration systems and at our borders to ensure that people leave when they are supposed to and to ensure that there are consequences when they do not do so. We will continue to keep those systems working. We have also made adjustments in immigration to ensure that immigration meets the challenges of today. We have taken action to strengthen our borders. We are here for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But his minister said that it would be impossible to even track whether people do, in fact, leave Canada. The Immigration Minister's Department, the Department of Immigration, just published a statement saying that's according to sources, the number of people who should have left Canada already but are still here is between 20,000 and 500,000. But that there could be even more. There could be more than 500,000 people here who should have left. Mr. Speaker, where's the plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we just put forward an immigration plan to bring down immigration levels over the next few years. This will allow home building and the economy to catch up. To meet people's needs. For example, we had more immigrants to address labor shortages. Now, we will, of course, keep our borders strong and protect the integrity of our borders. This is what Canadians expect. This is something we deliver and will continue to deliver. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Our borders, if we're going to protect our economy from President Trump's tariff threats, the Americans and the premiers are all concerned the Prime Minister is too weak to do that. And the data from his own immigration department confirm that fact. According to documents produced by his ministry, there are between 20,000 and 500,000 people in Canada that are not supposed to be here. And there are another 3 million that have to leave within the next year. What is the plan to ensure that people who should leave do leave?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every year there are visitor visas and work permits and student visas that expire, and every year the vast majority of those people return home to their countries. We have procedures and processes in place to make sure that that does happen. We have consequences if they don't. We will continue to strengthen those. But continuing to talk down our country, continue to talk down our systems is something that the Leader of the Opposition is doing because he's more focused on trying to get elected than he is on actually solving the problems Canadians are facing. That's why we continue to step up and deliver on the needs of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Another weak answer from a weak leader, Mr. Speaker. The reality is he says that people just voluntarily leave when their permits and visas are up. But his minister admitted this week that that is impossible to prove because they don't keep track. And the closest thing they could get to an answer was their department saying estimates from academic sources range from between 20,000 and 500,000 persons, although there may be more. We're talking about people who should not be in our country. So once again, what is the plan?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, we laid out an immigration plan just a few weeks ago that talks about how we're going to make sure that our immigration numbers allow for our economy to catch up, for our home building to catch up. We have a strong and robust immigration system that has delivered for Canadians over decades now. And the fact that the Leader of the Opposition continually throws up his hands to say that Canada is broken is talking down not just our institutions, but Canadians themselves. Canadians are optimistic and ambitious about the future. That's why we continue to invest in them. His answer is cuts to services, cuts to benefits, cuts to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that Canadians would see real change to our electoral system. It's been 9 years, and in true Liberal fashion, he broke this promise and let Canadians down. Clearly, this was an election year tactic, and the result, Mr. Speaker, increased division, partisan games, and a lack of representation in Canada's Parliament. And the Conservatives, well, they sure don't want to make it better because they only care about the profits of their rich corporate friends. Will the Prime Minister tell Canadians why he dropped the ball on electoral reform?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I very much care about electoral reform. I've been very clear that I would bring in a ranked ballot tomorrow if we had that option. But really, to see the NDP turning its back on workers right now, asking a question about electoral reform when Canadians are worried about whether or not the opposition parties are going to support the tax break that they need or the investments in workers that they deserve. Right now, we need a party and a parliament that is focused on helping and supporting Canadians as they get us all through this difficult time with their hard work, with their ambition. And right now, talking about politics is the last thing Canadians want to see from this House.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, what the Prime Minister isn't saying is the fact that seniors and persons with disabilities are workers. No one should have to work more than one full-time job in order to put a roof over their head or to afford food. But a recent report from the Edmonton suggests that the minimum wage just isn't enough to survive. People are having to make tough choices. They cannot afford their groceries, they cannot afford their medication, and they cannot afford their rent. But the Liberals are holding up relief by excluding seniors and persons with disabilities in the $250 rebate. Worse yet, the Conservatives would cut. Will the Liberals stop letting Canadians down during this difficult time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as of next year, because of this government, Canadians with disabilities will be receiving $200 every single month. That is making a real difference in the lives of Canadians living with disabilities, and we know there is more to do, and we will be doing more. In regards to workers, it's astonishing to see the new Democratic Party of Canada turn its back on workers and say that workers don't deserve a little support. Workers don't deserve to be recognized for the efforts that they did to get us through the pandemic, to get us through the global inflation crisis. These are things that we're standing up to see and recognize workers, and the NDP is blocking it.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government announced measures that will provide financial supports for Canadians over the holidays. These measures should be supported by all MPs. However, we know the Leader of the Opposition has muzzled his members. According to one Conservative MP, we recently learned that, quote, everybody is being watched. What we say, what we do, who we talk to, end quote. The Leader of the Conservative Party has gone so far as to stop his MPs from asking the government for supports. Can the Prime Minister explain why the Leader of the Opposition should unmuzzle his MPs and allow them to support Canadians instead of forcing them to repeat his embarrassingly bad slogans?
That question is not regarding the administration of government. I see that the Prime Minister is standing, but that question was not regarding the administration of government. Stop, please. Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it looks like the member for Kingston is not getting into cabinet after all.
There you go.
Some people bring happiness wherever they go, others bring happiness whenever they go. Mr. Speaker, this is a 2-month tax trick that will print cash, add to inflation, and make Canadians worse off. And if the Prime Minister disagrees, why won't he stop being so weak? Why won't he have the courage to call a carbon tax election and allow Canadians to vote to axe the tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians elect members of Parliament to be their voice in Ottawa, not Ottawa's voice or their leader's voice in their communities. But the Conservative leader shamefully puts his own interests ahead of Canadians. We announced a tax break for all Canadians, a $250 rebate to put more money in the pockets of working Canadians, and Conservative MPs know their constituents want this, need this, and support this, but the Conservative leader is muzzling them and forcing them to vote against direct support for Canadians. Shame on him.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister's radical liberalization of hard drugs has been lethal for Canadians, 47,000 of whom have died of overdoses since this Prime Minister took office, more than died in the Second World War fighting for Canada. Overdose deaths are up 200%, and now our American friends say they may hit us with tariffs because of the Prime Minister's liberal policies on fentanyl. How many lives and jobs is this Prime Minister willing to sacrifice for his radical liberal agenda?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are using all the tools at our disposal to save lives and keep communities safe for everyone. Meanwhile, Conservatives are choosing to use struggling people as political props to spread fear and misinformation. From the very beginning, we have been there to work on an evidence-based, compassionate public policy, public health approach. We have been there and we will always be there to work with provinces and territories to meet this time of crisis. While the Conservative leader plays politics, we're going to be there to support Canadians grounded in science and evidence.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the science and evidence are now proven. After 9 years of radical liberalization of drugs, overdose deaths are up by 200%. And the worst overdose numbers come from British Columbia, where the policies have been most radically and enthusiastically implemented. But the NDP Liberals claimed that they were backtracking on decriminalization because it became so unpopular. Just this week, NDP Liberals voted for a committee report that called for full legalization of hard drugs. Will the Prime Minister admit that is his real agenda?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, having an evidence-based and a science-based approach, compassionate public policy approach grounded in health care to the opioid epidemic is what we need to do, not just to save lives, but to create safer communities. While the Leader of the Opposition plays politics and uses suffering people as props to propagate a brokenist view of this country, we're going to continue to roll up our sleeves, work hard with provinces and territories to respond to this tragedy, to make sure we're putting Canadians first in everything we do.
The
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister's radical drug agenda is not the only thing that is broken. Our economy is broken as well. We now have 2 million people forced to go to food banks every single month, a 38% increase in chronic homelessness, 1,400 homeless encampments, and just today, Equifax reported that consumer debt is $2.5 trillion. We have the worst household debt of all G7 countries. When will he call a carbon tax election so that we can fix everything he broke?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answers the Conservative Leader is putting forward to the challenges of Canadians facing homelessness or the challenges of food banks is to cut the programs that are actually investing in direct supports for people. Whether it's money we're investing in municipalities and provinces to reduce encampments and to build more homes quicker, he wants to cut that. Whether it's the money we're moving forward directly to schools across the country so they can deliver more schools, more food, and take pressure off of grocery bills, he's voted against that, Mr. Speaker. His only agenda is cuts and austerity while we help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We told them. The Journal de Montréal reveals a surge in asylum requests at the border. The Lacolle border crossing received more than 80 applications between Saturday and Sunday, about 7 times the recent average. A vice president of the Customs Union has said that in terms of employees, they're not ready to take on many people. And it confirms 2 things. 1, we were right to predict a rise in migration caused by Donald Trump. 2, we were right to predict that the federal government isn't ready, as usual. When will this Prime Minister take action at the borders? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, this is just anything we're hearing from the bloc. We renegotiated the Safe Third Country Agreement with which makes sure people who come to border crossings must do their asylum request at the first safe country where they find themselves. This means in the U.S., Mr. Speaker. And yes, we did solve this issue with the U.S. By renegotiating this agreement, and the bloc is ignoring this. They're just looking for squabbles rather than reflecting real facts. We're always going to take care of our borders rigorously. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. It's mind-boggling. Everyone warned them. We knew the Liberals were no good with the border, so the Bloc warned them, even before the U.S. election, that if Donald Trump won, there would be a surge in migration to the border. Quebec warned them, immigration lawyers warned them, organization warned them. We warned them as well, Mr. Speaker. And then, just as asylum requests start to climb, the union tells us that it's short-staffed at the border. And once again, the Prime Minister has no plan. Is he doing it on purpose, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is so proud of his written question that he didn't even hear my answer to his first question. We renegotiated the Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States to ensure that people who come to our border crossings should have presented themselves to the U.S. to seek asylum rather than coming to Canada. We do have a solution to this issue, a solution that we implemented as a government, but the Bloc doesn't want to recognize the facts. They just want to scare Quebecers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We have a Prime Minister who is weak and a weak economic position. Facing the threats from Donald Trump, Mr. Speaker, now we're learning that the PM doesn't even know the extent of the deficit. Spending's out of control, and it goes up day by day when the PM is trying to buy the support of the Bloc and the NDP to keep himself in power. So I ask him the question again very slowly. How much is the deficit of the Government of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will present our economic statement shortly, and the opposition leader can react to that. But I know full well that he will already vote against it, like he voted against all the initiatives that we established to help Canadians. Like, for example, our tax break that is coming up in the coming months for Canadians. He doesn't think that Canadians need this. We have the best fiscal situation of all our G7 partners, and he refuses to help Canadians. Why? Because he'd rather people be in a difficult situation to vote for him, but we are going to be here to help Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. He is a weak Prime Minister that has lost control. He lost the control of the borders, lost control on migration, lost control of public spending. So he says that he can't say how big the deficit is, even though he already had a budget for this year. That's strange. That's the first time I've heard that from a Prime Minister. So we'll ask an easier question. What was the deficit of the Government of Canada last year? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader continues to block and vote against initiatives that will help Canadians, he is trying to find ways to attack me. But we will be tackling and helping support for Canadians. We will be creating a tax break in coming months that the Conservatives will vote against. We're going to deliver assistance for workers that the Conservatives will vote against, like they voted against dental care, like they voted against school food programs, like they voted against more daycare spots. They don't want Canadians to do better because he wants to convince everyone that everything's broken. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister who's lost control of everything. He's lost control of the borders, lost control of immigration, and lost control of spending. Recently it came to light that the deficit is much bigger than his finance minister reported in the recent budget. Now, the Prime Minister claims that he can't tell us what the deficit is for this year. Okay, so we'll make it easier for him. What was the deficit last year?
Yeah.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see the lengths to which the Conservative leader will go to not talk about the fact that we are proposing a tax break for Canadians over the coming months, because he's going to vote against that, Mr. Speaker. He's going to vote against direct help for families at the grocery store, with children's clothes, with supports for Canadians in everyday expenses. Why? Because he'd rather continue to see Canadians suffer, because maybe that'll help him get elected, rather than actually solve the challenges that Canadians are facing. Well, we're stepping up to deliver on dental care, on school foods, on initiatives that directly help workers. That's what we'll continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, like everywhere else, affordability is an important issue in my riding. Sudbury workers were pleased to learn that they will receive a $250 check to support them. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what other measures have been announced to support them as the holidays approach? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Sudbury for her question and for her hard work. We know that the last few years have been tough, and that's why we're going to give a tax break to all Canadians. This means that Canadians won't have any tax to pay for 2 months on groceries and other essential goods that they use every day. We're putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians so they can buy what they need and save to buy what they wish.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, to show how weak he is, he actually has to read a script just to talk about his tiny 2-month tax break. My question a moment ago, though, was about the deficit. He admits that deficits contribute to inflation. We now have reports from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that he appointed showing that the deficit is far bigger than he advertised in his last budget. So once again, I'll ask slowly, what was Canada's federal deficit last year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'll take no lessons from someone who stays up late every night rehearsing his little performances in the mirror. The fact, Mr. Speaker, is we're continuing to step up for Canadians because we have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the best debt-to-GDP ratio and are projected to have the strongest growth in the G7 ahead of the United States next year. These are things that we've done because we've been investing not just in Canadians and support for them, but also in drawing in global investment. Third largest foreign direct investment in the world last year, Mr. Speaker. People investing in Canada because they believe in Canadians. Why doesn't the Leader of the Opposition believe in Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I know the Prime Minister said that he'll leave the economy to bankers. Well, the bankers are sure rolling in cash, collecting interest on the national debt that he has already doubled, while Canadians line up at food banks. The question, though, was about the size of the deficit. You cannot run a $500 billion G7 government if you don't know anything about the finances of that government. So can the Prime Minister tell us, does he actually know the size of the deficit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we are focused on is delivering for Canadians, is being there to recognize that Canadians need support now as we build a stronger future for them. That's why we're drawing in global investment to a higher rate than just about any other country per capita in the G20. We are delivering things that make a real difference in Canadians' lives, like dental care, like a school food program, like more spaces in childcare at $10 a day, like a tax break for the next 2 months, like direct support for workers. All things, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives are voting against because they care more about themselves than they do about Canadians.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't know.
No, he doesn't. No.
That's scary. I was tempted to accuse him of hiding it, but you know, as Napoleon Bonaparte said, never attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence.
Yep.
Mr. Speaker, who's actually running this government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to focus on me, I'm going to stay focused on delivering for Canadians, delivering a tax break for the next few months that will help Canadians with the cost of everything, deliver on supports for workers, deliver on supports for seniors, deliver on supports for youth. These are all things that the Conservative Party votes against. Not because Conservative MPs don't care about these things, but because they've been throttled and muzzled by their leader so that they can't actually be their community's voice in Ottawa. They're there to be their leader's voice in their communities. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
Order. Order. The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, people...
Order, please. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding are counting us to deliver essential supports like the Canadian Dental Care Plan. But the Conservative Party's stubborn blocking of the House for their social media clips is putting this program at serious risk. This isn't about politics, Mr. Speaker. This is about access to health care and Canadians. Can the Prime Minister remind us all what is at risk if this House continues to put politics...
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going to... Colleagues. I'm going to ask all members to please not take the floor unless they're recognized by the Speaker. I had great difficulty hearing the answer to this question. So I'm going to ask the honourable member from Brantford Brant, please, to not... I'm going to ask the honourable member from Brantford Brant, please, to not take the floor while the Speaker is speaking. The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge from the top, please. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, people in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge are counting on us to deliver essential supports like the Canadian Dental Care Plan. But the Conservative Party's stubborn blocking of the House for their social media clips is putting this program at serious risk. This isn't about politics, Mr. Speaker. This is about Canadians. This is about access to health care. Can the Prime Minister remind us all what is at risk if this House continues to put politics over Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Vaughan Woodbridge for his hard work on the file and his question. Canadians are not surprised to see Conservative leader blocking key programs to support them. But I think we're all kind of surprised to see the NDP standing by. The NDP is actually helping Conservatives block dental care, health care for refugees, clean drinking water for Indigenous communities. The NDP owes it to Canadians to stop playing the Conservative Party's games, do the right thing, and end this obstruction of Parliament so we can all deliver for Canadians.
Order. Order. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' housing failure hurts people experiencing gender-based violence. Women's Shelters Canada found that because of the rising cost of housing, almost all shelters are unable to meet increased demand. This is forcing women into precarious housing or to return to abusive situations. The Liberals are compromising safety because of their failed housing plans, and the Conservatives care so little they heckle during this critical life and death question. Will the Prime Minister commit to increase investments in affordable rent-geared-to-income housing today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, no one should have to return to a violent or at-risk situation because they can't find housing, because they can't get into a shelter. That's why we continue to step up to work with provinces and municipalities to ensure that there are options for people fleeing domestic violence. It is a deadly serious question, Mr. Speaker, and we will always be there to work with provinces, territories, and municipalities to support women and anyone fleeing domestic violence.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, in 2024, 358 people on the U.S. terror watch list were stopped from crossing into the United States from Canada. How did these terrorists enter Canada in the first place? The immigration minister's failure to secure our borders puts Canadians in danger, and his incompetence has now placed Canada's economy at risk with a 25% Trump trade tariff. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister fire this incompetent minister before he does even more damage to Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member should turn to his friend, the leader of the Conservative Party, and ask him why he is refusing top-secret briefings on national security. He should ask his buddy, the Conservative leader, why he will not get the security clearance necessary to understand how to better protect his party and Canadians. The Conservative leader refuses to take top secret briefings or get a security clearance because he would rather play politics with Canadian safety than actually act to keep Canadians safe. Shame on that member. Shame on the Conservative leader.
Points of order. The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, not only can words be unparliamentary, but gestures can be as well. And I was in the process of negotiating with the government House leader whether or not we could get unanimous consent to table the text messages from the Liberal member for Vaughan Woodbridge when he was asking to join our caucus. Mr. Speaker, as I was in the process of doing that, the Liberal member for Vaughan Woodbridge made a very vulgar and rude gesture, giving the middle finger to this side of the House. That is extremely unparliamentary, and I would ask the honourable member to apologize.
Order! The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, at this moment in time, I seem to be living rent-free in the heads of many of the Conservative members. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I did not do anything vulgar to the Conservative member. I've been in this House for 9 years. I've always tried to act in the most honourable way with all members of Parliament and all things. I actually co-chair some committees with the Conservative members, and that is my reputation. I have nothing to apologize about, Mr. Speaker. I raise my hand to give the script to the page, and that's it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I see that the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable is rising on a new point of order. Mr. Speaker, you know that in this place we must respect the honour and the words of those who rise to speak. That said, people have the responsibility of being honest for their colleagues, for their constituents. Mr. Speaker, I saw the gesture in question with my own eyes. Right, so that's on the same point of order. I ask the honourable member to please sit. I heard the point of order. The member in question rose and said, honourably, I presume, that he did not make the gesture that he was accused of making. The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable mentioned that the chair does presume the honour and honourable nature of all members. That said, as one member has suggested, the chair will look into the matter and watch the camera feed. I will bring this matter up again if necessary. Point of order, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I hope that this is not on the same point of order that the chair just ruled on. Mr. Speaker, I feel offended. You just cast doubt on my word and on what I said that I saw my colleague do, and I find that unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It being 3:27, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Mr. Garrettson to the motion to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Call in the members.
Thank you. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Boulris, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Thursday, October 26, 2023, be concurred in.
Madame Zerillo.
Madame Zerillo, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moved the following amendment.
Mr. Gerritsen, appuyé par Monsieur Atwin.
Seconded by Mr. Atwin.
La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If a member was not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va mettre
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 181, 181. Nays contre 149, 149.
I declare the sub-amendment carried.
La prochaine mise au vote.
The next question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Mr. Boulerice, seconded by Mr. Julian, moved. Ms. Zerillo, seconded by Mr. Boulerice, moved the following amendment. If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member from Peace River, Mackenzie, Peace River.
Grand Prairie.
Sorry, Mackenzie, Grand Prairie. My apologies.
We would request a recorded division.
La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Boulerice.
Mr. Boulerice.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf-Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf-Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamouter.
Mr. Lamouter.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabillard.
Mr. Rabillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Ziad.
Mrs. Zayed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk Belford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Belford Lloydminster.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Laroche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform members that the period for electronic voting has now ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 26, 26. Nays contre 302, 302.
I declare the amendment as amended defeated. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Boulay, seconded by Mr. Julian. May I dispense?
Yes.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them now to stand up in the chair and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member.
We do request a recorded division.
Yes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Rabia.
Mr. Rabia.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before continuing its work. inform the House that the period for electronic voting is now over. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 184, 184. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion carried. I see the... I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. Je désire informer la Chambre que le volume...
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. November 27th, 2024. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter of on the 27th day of November 2024 at 10 a.m. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Bill assented to Wednesday, November 27, 2024, an act to amend the Interpretation Act and to make related amendments to other acts, Bill S-13. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qu'une communication...
I have the honor to inform the House that we have received a communication. On November 27, 2024, the communication reads, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 27th day of November 2027 at 10 o'clock. Yours sincerely, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. This bill received royal assent. An act to amend the Interpretation Act and to make related amendments to other acts, Bill S-13.
Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Mr. Beach for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Akara, moves to leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Temporary Cost of Living Relief Affordability. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Beach for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Ms. Kara, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. I'll invite the Honourable Member from Vancouver Centre to turn on her microphone.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honor to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canadian delegation to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Parliamentary Assembly respecting its participation at the 23rd Winter Meeting in Vienna, Austria, from February 22nd to February 23rd, 2004, and the 31st Annual Meeting in Bucharest, Romania, from June the 29th to July the 3rd, 2024.
I thank the Honourable Member. Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages, and according to Standing Order 34.1, a report of the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group 22nd Bilateral Meeting in Tokyo and Tohoku, Japan from May 13th to May 17th, 2024. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from Vancouver Centre.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to present in both official languages the two following reports of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled Harms Caused by Illegal Sexually Explicit Material Online, and the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage entitled The Holding of National Fora on the Media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I understand there's a dissenting report from the official opposition, the honourable member from Saskatoon and Grasswood.
Now, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do rise today to present a dissenting report in both official languages on harms caused to children, women, and men by the ease of access to online viewing of illegal sexual explicit material. It was a Conservative motion, Mr. Speaker, that led to this important study to bring understanding to the real harm experienced by many Canadians within virtual spaces. Conservative members of this committee believe that the report fails short in a number of areas. Notably, women are overwhelmingly the primary targets of online harms. Current legislation fails to include deepfakes. Existing legislation must be amended to address the criminal nature of online harms. A victim-centric approach is needed, and more effort is needed to prevent uploading of illegal sexually explicit material. There is a growing need to protect Canadians from the threat of online harms, and the Liberal government's online harms legislation, Bill C-63, will not satisfy the need for protection and will only limit the freedoms of Canadians. It is my honour to table this dissenting opinion on behalf of members of the Conservative Party. Thank you very much.
Good job. Continuing to present reports from committees, I understand that the honourable member from Vancouver Centre has another report. Sorry. I understand there is another dissenting report from the official opposition, the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to stand on behalf of Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Heritage to table in both official languages a dissenting report to address an important aspect that was missed during the consideration of the report on the National Forum on the Media. The message is clear and simple in what might be the shortest dissenting report ever tabled in this House, and that's 3 words: defund the CBC.
Hear, hear.
After failing to produce content that Canadians actually want to watch and listen to, missing key performance metrics, cutting hundreds of jobs, giving $18 million in bonuses to CBC executives and managers amidst declining trust, viewership, and ad revenue, the solution is to simply defund the CBC so that we can encourage creative and free journalistic expression and let journalism thrive through the work of journalists, not the heavy hand of a bloated, bureaucratic, woke, biased, and outdated model that the CBC represents today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Green, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Food Cooperative Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, grocery prices in Canada are increasing at the fastest rate in over 40 years. Many Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, with more than ever resorting to food banks for help. Canada's grocery industry is dominated by a handful of large corporations, limiting consumer choice, and in 2023, these corporations reported over $6 billion in profits, all at a time when Canadians were struggling with the cost of food. The bill I'm introducing today will develop a national strategy that helps food cooperatives in Canada to enable more small and medium-sized businesses to compete in Canada's grocery industry. The Competition Bureau of Canada has highlighted that encouraging competition in the grocery sector can help lower prices. By supporting the establishment of more food cooperatives, we can foster a more competitive market and create community-owned businesses. This will ensure greater economic resilience and promote food security for all Canadians. Canadians are sick and tired of billionaires getting richer while regular people pay more and more. This bill is a necessary step towards affordable groceries, greater choice for consumers, and a stronger, more sustainable food system for Canada. I'd like to thank my good friend, the member for Hamilton Centre, for being the great seconder of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Green, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read for a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition today signed primarily from Lebanese Canadian constituents in my riding of Scarborough Centre. They draw our attention to the conflict in the Middle East, which has killed tens of thousands and displaced many more in Palestine and in Lebanon. They note that Israeli airstrikes have hit UNESCO World Heritage sites and healthcare facilities, pointing to the death of over 170 healthcare workers. They call on the Government of Canada to implement sanctions on the Netanyahu government, ensure a clear and unambiguous two-way arms embargo, and support a United Nations resolution calling for a peacekeepers in Gaza as part of the development of mechanisms and to ensure civilian protection. There must be peace and to recognize State of Palestine. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition adding 827 names to the thousands of signatures that has already been added to a petition that I tabled previously. And the petition is about the situation in Hong Kong, and more particularly with respect to the fact that Hong Kong's basic law has completely been eroded, and that the national security law imposed by China and adopted in Hong Kong has gotten rid of even the most basic of rights, including the freedom of press. On August 12, 2024, Hong Kong's top court upheld the conviction of 7 Hong Kong's most prominent pro-democracy activists, including 82-year-old Martin Lee and 76-year-old Jimmy Lai, who was the owner of Apple Daily, and that publication has now been shut down, and he's now in jail. In fact, he is actually in court trying to defend himself. And what are the offenses of these individuals? For participating in a peaceful demonstration on August 18th of 2019. The group of 47, which includes legislators, were found guilty on May 30th, 2024 in the exercise of their democratic rights for participating in election primaries. These pro-democracy activists have now since been sentenced. Some of them face as much as 10 years in prison for their pro-democracy activities. Mr. Speaker, given the extraterritorial reach of the national security law in Article 23, there is ongoing fear of surveillance amongst Hong Kong diaspora in light of the recent spying charges laid against staff at the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office in the UK. Hong Kongers want to be assured that this is not happening in Canada. Therefore, they're calling on the Canadian government to call on Hong Kong and the PRC to release Jimmy Lai and the group of 47 and others whose only crime was to exercise their rights and freedoms as prescribed by the UN Human Rights Declaration, stop according any special rights or diplomatic status to the Hong Kong Economic Trade Office, and proactively apply sanctions under the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Officials Act against Chinese and Hong Kong officials.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise and present a petition with over 700 signatures, including some from my constituency and across the country. The petitioners cite the events of this summer in the arrest of Canadian citizen Captain and Canadian Paul Watson, who was detained in Greenland and has been held under arrest by the Danish government. The concern raised by the petitioners is that since 2012, the government of Japan has been attempting to extradite Paul Watson in various efforts. although this notice was condemned by the European Parliament in 2017. It's very concerning because the events, according to petitioners, all of which occurred in Captain Paul Watson's efforts to fight whaling activities that were and have been found to be illegal, carried out by Japanese vessels in international waters. Not to take too long, Mr. Speaker, I'll just summarize this by saying that the petitioners asked the Prime Minister to immediately request the release of Canadian citizen Paul Watson from Danish authorities, from release from Danish prison, and to further request the withdrawal of the Interpol notice that was issued against Paul Watson by the Japanese government for Captain Watson's efforts to protect marine mammals from illegal whaling activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Request for position. That's funny how my brain all of a sudden stopped working there. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first calls on the Government of Canada to create a national nutrition coupon program fund that will strengthen and grow all existing and proposed provincial farmers markets nutrition coupon programs across Canada. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, emanates from my home province of Prince Edward Island, where in November of 2020 there was a special committee on poverty that presented its final report to the provincial legislature, calling on the government of Prince Edward Island to begin negotiations with the government of Canada with a view to develop and implement a basic income guarantee demonstration program for Prince Edward Island. This particular initiative received the full support of all political parties, and therefore the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to begin immediate negotiations with the Government of Prince Edward Island to develop and implement a basic income guarantee demonstration program in the province of Prince Edward Island that will be administered, monitored, and evaluated for at least 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation pétition. The honourable Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a number of petitions to present to the House today, and I'll just turn off my phones here so they don't buzz in the middle. Thank you. The first petition that I'm tabling responds to concerns that have been raised by many people in the Eritrean Canadian community about ongoing human rights abuses in Eritrea, as well as foreign interference emanating from Eritrea. Petitioners want to draw the attention of the House to the fact that Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years, with no constitution, no election, no parliament, no freedom of the press, and no freedom of movement and association. The people of Eritrea have the same aspirations for freedom and democracy that people always and everywhere have. That Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, and political repression. Petitioners note very high numbers who have fled and yet who continue to face threats in the form of foreign interference while they are living elsewhere. Those who have managed to flee face intimidation and extortion from representatives and agents of the regime that are abroad. Their families are also harassed and forced to pay large amounts of money because members of their family have fled. Further, petitioners are concerned about the use of Eritrean embassies for foreign interference, and they highlight other forms of repression that happen abroad. And finally, petitioners draw the attention of the House to the conspiracy, the collaboration of the Eritrean dictator and the Russian regime, and how that is facilitating neo-colonial efforts of the Russian state in Africa, which I know should be of great concern to all members. So petitioners call on the Government of Canada to engage actively with Eritrean political and human rights activists, especially with pro-democracy groups working here in Canada, and building coalitions around the world. They want to see Canada take a leadership role among Western allies to challenge the Eritrean dictator's collaboration with Vladimir Putin and Russian neo-colonial policy in Africa in general. They want to see investigation of foreign interference activity here in Canada, stronger measures to ensure that the asylum system here in Canada is not abused by those who are affiliated with the regime. They also want Parliament to advocate for the release of all the imprisoned journalists and parliamentarians. They highlight specifically the cases of Dawit Isaak, Petro Solomon, Mahmoud Ahmed Sharifo, Haleh Waldense, Ogbe Abraha, Hamid Himid, Salah Idris Kakia, Estefanos Soyom, Berahum Gaberis Gabihir, Astir Fezahazion, German Nati, and Baraki Gebrselassie. And they'd like to see strengthened sanctions against human rights abusers in Eritrea. The next petition is a issue of concern to many Canadians who file their taxes and would like to have more flexibility in how they do so. Nobody likes filing their taxes, I think, Mr. Speaker, but petitioners in this case are frustrated by the fact that paper filing is being discouraged. They note that Canadians need to file their taxes regardless of their level of connectivity, and they're frustrated that CRA will no longer print line-by-line instructions in the paper package and will impose financial penalties for paper filing for certain kinds of taxes, including business filing, HST, GST returns, and this is unfair to Canadians who don't have the same level of connectivity or simply are prefer to file in other ways. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada, therefore, to remove all penalties associated with paper filing of tax returns and also to make available printed copies of the line-by-line instructions for tax filing for anyone who requests it. The next petition is regarding the Liberals' so-called Feminist International Assistance Policy. They note that the Muskoka Initiative, launched by the previous Conservative government, involved historic investments in the well-being of women and girls around the world, and that initiative emphasized value for money and ensured that investments were in priorities identified by local women. By contrast, they say that the Liberal government's approach has shown a lack of respect for cultural values and autonomy of women in the developing world by supporting organizations that violate local laws at the expense of international development priorities like clean water, access to basic nutrition, and economic development. They push ideology at the expense of local priorities. Petitioners also note how the Liberals' approach to international development for women and girls has been criticized by the Auditor General for its failure to measure results. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to align international development spending with the approach taken in the Muskoka Initiative, focusing international development dollars on meeting the basic needs of vulnerable women around the world rather than pushing ideological agendas that may conflict with local values in developing countries. They also want to see better measurement of outcomes in the cases of the work being done by the government. The next petition raises concern about the very radical and extreme agenda of this government and of some of those who have testified in support of this government's agenda on the issue of euthanasia. Canada already has the most liberal euthanasia regime in the world and is in fact being used as a cautionary tale in debates around the world about these very issues. This particular petition highlights with grave concern a proposal for the expansion of euthanasia to include babies from birth to 1 year of age. This was a proposal made by Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians and Surgeons. This proposal is for the legalized killing of infants, and petitioners see this as morally abhorrent and the sort of thing that, frankly, a few years ago we never would have expected to hear openly uttered, let alone advocated for in Parliament. So petitioners call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children. The next petition highlights the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China. It shares some of the history of that persecution, and it calls for stronger steps by the Government of Canada and by Parliament to combat the ongoing, now 25-year-long persecution of Falun Gong practitioners who are simply wishing to exercise their religious freedom and practice a spiritual discipline that emphasizes truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it there.
Presenting the petitions. Nope. So we go to questions on the order paper. The Oh, there's another petition. The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petition is also on the subject of Falun Gong or Falun Dafa, a peaceful practice that emphasizes truth, compassion, forbearance, centered on Chinese traditional practices. It has been persecuted for, frankly, no good reason by the Chinese government since 1999. The petitioners request that Canada take a strong stance against this persecution, and in particular against the practice of organ harvesting. Falun Gong practitioners, in many cases, this is extremely well documented, have been used for involuntary organ harvesting. You can imagine what this results in for the person whose organs are being harvested. It is effectively a form of permitted murder. The issue was well investigated by David Kilgore and David Matus, who presented impressive testimony at the International Human Rights Subcommittee, of which I was chair. The petitioners asked that we take a strong stand on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the time has expired on that. Moving on to questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Flip over to the other side, there's more. There we go. Notices of motion for the deduction of papers, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I would ask this time that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. And so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do this first. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House of the questions we raised tonight. At the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre on Foreign Affairs and the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands on Natural Resources. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, privilège. Orders of the day. Question of privilege. Failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Sub-amendment of Mr. McKelly.
Member for Bay of Quinte is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to start today by offering hearty congratulations to the government today. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker, because the privilege debate in the House is now the longest in recorded Canadian history. Congratulations to the government. I'm sure there's birthday cake and balloons and streamers in the back, Mr. Speaker. But you know what, Canadians, even though there might be a gift for the government, the Canadians really want the gift in return. And what they want in return is the production of the unredacted documents that this House, Mr. Speaker, has asked for and this government fails to give. You know, it's the power of this House of Commons, the power of the people. We're all elected by the people to ask the government, and the government under the power of Parliament, because of your order, Mr. Speaker, needs to give. And that's the power of that. And now we are 6 weeks into this House costing taxpayers $1 million a day, and still we have no production of documents. You know, it's really a travesty in this House. And we obviously have bigger fish to fry, we have bigger problems. And as we stand here, we have a multitude of problems in this country. Canadians are paying 37% more for groceries in Canada than they are in the US. We have a housing crisis, the biggest in a generation, where Canadians are paying double for mortgages, double for rents, and the amount needed for a down payment is double. We have 1,400 tent encampments across this country, and 2 million Canadians are lining up to food banks in Canada, a G7 nation. We have the highest household debt in a generation, and we're headed into more disaster. Mr. Speaker, when we look at what's happened this week, the headlines are as the president-elect, Donald Trump, has announced a 25% tariff that he's going to levy on all goods and services to Canada if Canada doesn't fix its border. And, you know, we look at what that means for Canada. It's going to be devastating to all of our sectors across Canada. You know, we have really a big importance of U.S.-Canadian trade. We've had an incredible relationship for so long, so much so that we depend on trade for 40% of our economy. And almost all of our trade is double what all other countries for trade is combined other than the U.S. we have a $1.2 trillion responsibility. And when we look at what's happened with trade, well, we just have a weak leader and a weak prime minister who's not able to stand up for Canadians, who doesn't have a backbone. And what's happening right now, we're entering a really dangerous period of Canadian economics and Canadian sovereignty, where we're looking at trying to just hold on to what we have from CUSMA. And it's not that the U.S. is just a partner, it's a lifeline to global trade. The consequences are dismal. If we don't get a trade deal together, if we aren't able to stand up to President Trump, then the consequences will be jobs, it's going to be paychecks, and it's going to be a depression for this economy and for Canada. And look, it happened 9 years ago when this Prime Minister was elected, but when this government went to try to negotiate with Trump last time, it failed. As much as this government likes to stand up and say that they stood up to Trump and that they won, well, this government, then I'd recommend anyone to read Robert Lighthouser's book called No Trade is Free. He was the U.S. Trade Representative the last time around, and he actually goes into detail of what actually happened in the trade negotiations, and they were dismal. On June 8th, when we hosted the G7 summit and we were supposed to sign CUSMA, supposed to have the trade deal done, the finance minister and the prime minister went behind the U.S.'s back and they tried to have this Team Canada approach, and it failed miserably. They went to the press and said they had an agreement signed, and they rolled over the U.S. government, those representatives, and they maddened those representatives. And what happened after that June 8th summit, when President Trump left Canada, was that Canada was sidelined. It was put to the side of CUSMA, and for 3 months, Mexico got to go into those trade negotiations, and Mexico benefited from that. Mr. Speaker, because of that failure in those trade negotiations, Mexico now is the USA's #1 trading partner, and Canada is number 3. When Conservatives in power, we were the USA's #1 trading partner. And it says it right here in the book. Actually, the Chief of Staff, Peter Navarro, had a really good quote when he left those meetings on June 8th. He says that the Prime Minister has a special place in hell. Trade relationships were sour. We didn't have a Prime Minister who stood up for Canadians and their values. And of course, we saw the end result of that. And the end result is just worse than we can think, Mr. Speaker. $500 billion of investment has gone south. The average American worker now makes $32,000 more than the average Canadian worker. We've had entrepreneurs, investment, venture capital all escape south. And it's not just a bad trade deal, it's increased taxes. It's the fact that we have a planned increase to the carbon tax of 61 cents per litre. We have increased capital gains taxes, and we have decreased incentives for entrepreneurs, for investors, and capital as a whole to be placed into Canada. And Mr. Speaker, even the fact, because of those, although lack of trade negotiations, the fact that the President-elect is tweeting or truthing the fact that he's going to put these tariffs into place will mean that we already are going to see decreased investment into Canada.
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we had an emergency debate on the issue of trade between Canada and the U.S., and now the Conservatives have finally decided to have some discussion when yesterday, late last night, there was no one around from the Conservatives.
We can't underline whether someone's here or not, but I will remind the Honourable Member, but just tie it back to the topic at hand probably a couple more times. The Honourable Member for Bay Quinte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, have no fear. I will get back to Markergate. I'll get back to the fact that this government seems to be sponsored by Sharpie because it only produces documents that have black ink. There's so much black ink on these documents that the printers have stopped working until they get an apology from this government, right, Mr. Speaker? It comes back to the point that there has been documents that this House has required, and we've been sitting here for 6 weeks. You'd think, Mr. Speaker, with the amount of time that this member speaks across the way, that he would love to get an opportunity to speak about something else than this privilege debate in the House. And of course, we can go back to privilege, but privilege also means that we're not dealing with the bigger issues. And privilege means that we are not dealing with the tariff issue today. We're dealing with the privilege debate. But it does matter what is happening outside of these borders, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the member would be delighted to know that there are bigger things that we would love to be talking about. We would be loved to talk about the fact that these tariffs and this relationship on our most important trading relationship in the whole world is going to affect this economy. And the fact that this Prime Minister right now does not have a plan to deal with this upcoming president, and he is weak when it comes to standing up for Canadians and what we require in this country. You know, the whole premise of that was the fact that we have an open border. We have more and more documented border incidents happening between the northern border. And when the U.S. Customs Border Agency looks at those numbers, it was in the Globe and Mail today, it's pretty phenomenal. They talked about the number of incidents at the border in 2021 versus 2023, and those instances have gone up 1,000%. Last year alone, there was over 24 documented incidences. And these are documents where people are crossing a border crossing and it's just caught, or someone's trying to bring something in or having a wrong documentation. These are people not using a border crossing and crossing into the U.S. And when we talk about a porous border, and we talk about the problems we have with immigration right now, what's happening with those American, our counterparts, is they're saying this northern border, the longest undefended border in the whole world, is not protected. It's not protected to keep fentanyl out of our country, let alone the fentanyl that's coming into our country, but it's also not protecting that border from illegal immigration going south. And we know the big problems when we look at the news of what's happening from the southern parts of the U.S. into, or southern parts of Mexico into the U.S. What the Americans are saying is it's no longer safe, that our border is not allowing some of those instances as well. And Mr. Speaker, that's very, very concerning. You know, we have to protect our borders. We have to ensure also that we're looking at how we're protecting ourselves. And one of the biggest problems we have in Canada right now is not putting enough money into our military. This government has planned to cut $1 billion out of our military budgets at a time when we are not even coming close to meeting our NATO budgets right now. And when we talk about security in the whole country, we have to link that to trade. And when we talk about trade, we have to talk about security. Security and trade are intermingled. And the fact that if we aren't at the table with NATO, we're not going to find ourselves at the trade table. And it's not just looking at our defense and our military, it's defending our borders, it's defending our ports. We have massive breaches of cybersecurity. Almost every day in our ports in Canada, we have cybersecurity attacks. And it's the Arctic. We all know that we have to defend the Arctic, our northern border of North America. When we talk about Fortress North America, it's Canada's obligation to defend the Arctic. And because we know what's north of the Arctic, which is Russia. You know, Mr. Speaker, we look also, when we talk about the immigration problem, we talk about also what's happening with the drug problem in Canada. We have 47,000 Canadians who have died from overdoses since this Prime Minister's drug liberalization policies, more deaths than in World War II. You know, we need to emphasize the need for stricter drug policies, border security, and prosecuting fentanyl traffickers to save lives and to protect communities. And I come from one of those communities. Belleville, Ontario was ground zero for an opioid epidemic. So much so that the municipality of Belleville actually declared a state of emergency. And it's so bad, Mr. Speaker, that emergency is still in place. We have not removed it, to the point where we had 47 overdoses in only 36 hours. Just a month ago, we had 11 overdoses in only 2 hours. This is an epidemic that's happening not just in our big city centers, it's happening to all of our rural city centers. And when we look about protecting that fentanyl and drug overuse in Canada, it also means that we have to protect the borders, and what our trading partners are saying is we need to protect that to the southern part as well. We talk about the need to look at what a trading relationship would look like and why we need a strong leader. And Canadians, Mr. Speaker, believe that we need a strong leader. There was a poll out this week that said that 47% of Canadians believe that the leader of the opposition would be the best leader to deal with President Trump. Well, only 17% thought that the current Prime Minister would be best to deal with that. And you know what? Donald Trump, he wants our businesses, he wants our jobs, and he wants our resources. He probably wants the current Prime Minister to stay in place because under this Prime Minister, they've gained investment. they've gained jobs. This Prime Minister's putting a tax on the carbon, which taxes our farmers and taxes our truckers, which again puts the price of production up and means that the competitiveness of the Americans is down. They're able to compete against us because we have more taxes. Every time this Prime Minister raises a tax or blocks a resource production, the Americans win. And that's why they want this Prime Minister in. And that's why it's so imperative when we go into the future that we have a new Prime Minister who can stand up for Canadians. It's not just that side of the economy, Mr. Speaker. It's also on entrepreneurship. This week we had Ms. Dickinson in from Dragon's Den to the Trade Committee, and she was talking about the economic gap in Canada. We were asking her if this government really looks after entrepreneurs and it looks after investments in Canada, and she said no. She said with the rise of capital gains, it seemed like it was just a cash grab. She felt that when we are looking at new tax increases to entrepreneurs, it hurts entrepreneurs like her. Women entrepreneurs who are struggling so hard to make Canada the place that they invest in, that they take risk in, that they're going to ultimately grow and scale a business in. She said it's not just bad policy, it's economic vandalism. And, you know, as she put it, no plan, no strategy, just tax grabs. Canada needs to stop relying on government band-aids. Entrepreneurs need incentives, private investment, and a clear vision for growth. You know, we have to empower innovation and bring prosperity home. And that's why we have an economic gap in Canada. When we look at the money needed to invest in those businesses, we also look at what's happening with venture capital. The Americans generate $200 billion of venture capital a year. Venture capital, Mr. Speaker, is the money that private investors invest in small and medium and large businesses. In Canada, that's only $6 billion. It used to be 15. We have a problem of generating that capital needed to invest in those businesses. And then we can go further to talk about the bigger problems we have. We could have open banking in Canada. We could have the capacity for not just the 5 to 6 big banks that have 95% of all the banking business in Canada, but to allow fintechs, financial tech organizations, to start up, to get access to capital to Canadians and to the Canadian entrepreneurs who want to start, scale, and innovate and provide great Canadian paychecks. You know, Mr. Speaker, we want to talk about those things, but we're stuck here in privileged debate. Privileged debate because we had a green slush fund that was $1 billion, but $400 million of that, so 40%, was locked into what was 186 instances of conflict of interest. 186. And because of that, the Public Accounts Committee decided that, well, what we should be doing is making sure we get all the documents related to that $400 million slush fund and provide that to the government as a whole and provide that to ultimately the RCMP. And that's why it came to this House. And this House decided, and it wasn't just the Conservatives. This government loves to say that the Conservatives are filibustering, but it's the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP, which makes the majority of this House, who have all stated that the government needs to hand over those documents to the police. And you wouldn't believe, Mr. Speaker, the excuses we've heard in here about why they wouldn't. You know, for the first couple of weeks, it was that we were violating the Charter of Rights, that somehow that Parliament was underneath the Charter, even though Parliament is supreme to the Charter of Rights. For some reason, Mr. Speaker, that the police didn't want it. They said, oh, they're conducting their own investigation, and they didn't want that. But somehow they'd say, well, it's not to be the case. The third iteration is to say, well, Mr. Speaker, we'll just flip this back to committee. Even though it came from committee, they thought, well, the answer is to go back to committee. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, what it comes down to is none of those answers hold any water. The only answer the government can give to this place is to answer the authority of Parliament and to give the unredacted documents over. You know, that's the only reason we're here for 6 weeks. And Mr. Speaker, that is the reason we're locked here into the longest privileged debate in Canadian history. This government needs to be ashamed of itself. when we look at the problems across this country, we could be sitting here debating a lot of different items and a lot of different issues. We could be in this House right now, of course, talking about tariffs and how we're going to approach trade and how we're going to fix it. We could be talking right now about how to help entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs who only want to invest and innovate and save in a free Canada. But Mr. Speaker, we're not. We are here in this place, we are debating privilege. And Mr. Speaker, the answer couldn't be more clear on behalf of Canadians. And that's hand over the documents. That's ensure that they hand over the unredacted documents. Get rid of the black ink, lose your sponsorship with Sharpie, and ensure that you give the documents that Parliament has asked for. And if they don't, Mr. Speaker, here is the big problem. It sets a dangerous precedence in this place. If Parliament's authority is wiped out, then the people's power in this House is diminished. We're all here and we look around and we have a green House of Commons. Does anyone know why it was green, Mr. Speaker? Because it's supposed to signify that when democracy was handing over to the people from royalty, that green was to signify the fields, and that we were supposed to represent the common people. That's why it's called the House of Commons. And we walk in here, the ultimate power does not rest with the government or the Prime Minister or the ministers. All the power of this place rests with the people in this House. And when the people and Parliament ask for something of the government, then the government has to hand it over. It's not a maybe, it's not a yeah, but, it's not a, well, let's put it to committee. They have to hand those documents over. And the failure of that is a failure of democracy. It's a failure to listen to the people of the House, and it shows a government that's tired and a Prime Minister who's weak, and ultimately a government that's a dead government walking. We know the only answer for that would be a carbon tax election where the people would have the ultimate referendum to decide who should be in power for this place and who should represent them. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what we're looking for at the end of the day. We're looking for a Prime Minister who will stand up and put Canada first. Canada first when it comes to an economy, Canada first when it comes to trade, but most importantly, Canada first when it comes to democracy, putting the people in power and ensuring the people are in control of this House of Commons. As Laurier said, it's Canada first, it's Canada last, it's Canada always. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments, and just a quick reminder to keep our questions and comments as succinct as possible so everyone can get to participate in the debate. Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
The multi-million-dollar political self-serving game continues, and my question to the member is related to a statement about individuals within the Conservative caucus actually having the power in a democratic system to actually say some things. Here's the headline news. Leader of the Conservative Party's office maintains tight control over what Conservative MPs say and do. Conservative MPs are saying this, Mr. Speaker. Off the record, of course, this is what they're saying. He's the one, referring to the leader of the Conservative Party, he's the one who decides everything. His main advisor is himself. The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision. Today we had an introduction of legislation, Mr. Speaker, which is going to give a tax holiday for Canadians on the GST. Don't speak on behalf of the leader of the Conservative Party because we already know he's voting against Bill C-78. My question is, will the member opposite that just spoke make a commitment to give a tax break to his constituents and vote yes on C-78?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, I make a commitment, I do, that when we have a carbon tax election, we're going to axe the carbon tax, a 61 cent a litre increase this Prime Minister wants to impose on all Canadians, all farmers, and all truckers. We're going to axe it permanently, and we're going to axe it forever. And Mr. Speaker, just finally, I'm one of the members who, of course, have been named. We get to speak freely in this House on behalf of Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, I just asked this member in his caucus just a simple question. Are you able to speak in your caucus like we are in the Conservative caucus?
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I picked up just something from my colleague's speech just about the RCMP, and there seems to be a lot of confusion in here about what the RCMP actually said. So I'm just wondering, through you, Mr. Speaker, I hold the same view as the Conservatives. I would like to see the documents. I do believe in the supremacy of Parliament, and that has been reaffirmed again and again and again. We always have to stand up for Parliament's rights to be able to send for papers. But given the current impasse and the questions that we have over what the RCMP actually wants, I want to put through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, would it not be a prudent measure to maybe get this motion to committee so that maybe we could call the RCMP commissioner before the procedure in the House Affairs Committee, and maybe he could educate MPs on what the proper process is? Because I think if there is anything nefarious in those documents, the last thing we want to do is to ruin a potential police investigation. I'm just wondering if my colleague has thoughts on the police process and if he might be curious about hearing directly from the RCMP commissioner at committee. Maybe the Conservatives could call him forward as a witness.
Honourable Member for Bay Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it actually doesn't matter what the RCMP said, because the RCMP should not be directed by the House of Commons. But at the same time, this is not about the RCMP because they're conducting their own investigation. It's about the power of Parliament to produce documents. It doesn't matter if this was going to give to the King of England. The fact of the matter is that Parliament has asked this to be given to the police, and the RCMP will conduct an independent investigation away from the government. The RCMP should act independently on their own accord, but this is, Mr. Speaker, completely about the House of Commons and its power, and the privilege debate is whether that government will hand it over. If they won't, I hope the NDP would finally agree to an election so the people can decide this once and for all.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last few weeks, there's been a lot of debate on this question of privilege and on the documents that we haven't had access to. And there have been various explanations of why the government didn't want to provide those documents. My colleague referred to the issue of not interfering. But we're talking about potential evidence. And if that evidence is not provided to the police, well, what is that called legally when you do not cough up the potential evidence, when you withhold evidence? Is that really what we're heading towards? The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. To my honourable colleague.
Not police procedure here. This is parliamentary procedure. What is the precedence for this government not handing over documents that Parliament has asked for? So in other words, what is the precedence for the government not doing what Parliament or the power of the people have asked for? That's the real question. And we have to take that back to all of our members, and it's actually a historic lesson. We're locked in the longest privilege debate in this Parliament's history because the government has refused. Other governments have got the hint before, and normally they've called an election or put it to the people, and this government hasn't. So, Mr. Speaker, the real question has to be, what kind of power do we want the people to have in this House of Commons in the future? Because right now the precedence would be they lose all of it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Bay of Quinte for a very important speech. And I really don't like asking these questions, but the trend of this government, the NDP Liberal government, is towards greater obstruction and censorship. We're looking at censorship bills like C11, C18, C63. And Mr. Speaker, we can't forget the Winnipeg Lab. Do you remember when we were requesting those documents and the Prime Minister went as far as to take the Speaker to court and actually call an election to keep Canadians from having that knowledge? And I'm extremely worried about the precedent we would set if we don't challenge the government on this point. Could my colleague please talk about the importance of precedent? And enough is enough for the Canadian people with this government. Let's call an election.
The honourable member for Bay Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this was the government and Prime Minister who promised to be the most transparent government in Canadian history. And instead of that title, of course, we're here with the longest privilege debate in Canadian history. You know, we have seen the opposite of what was presented. I think Canadians are finally seeing that. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians want an election. They not only want an election, they want a carbon tax election to decide between a little bit of rebate coming in the form of a check or tax, cutting and axing tax on carbon, on first-time homes for the long run. They want an election. Let's have an election.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Bay and Quinte says, representing the Conservative Party, that it does not matter what the RCMP have to say. This is what the RCMP is actually saying about the Conservative idea here. There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. The Conservative response? It does not matter what the RCMP have to say. After all, we have our own self-serving leader, and he wants to be able to have this endless multi-million-dollar privilege issue. Who cares about Canadians? Who cares about the RCMP? I'm wondering if the member opposite would do the honourable thing and retract that bizarre statement. Of course it matters what the RCMP have to say.
Honourable Member for Bay Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about here is whether the government should be directing the RCMP in an investigation or Parliament versus what is at stake here with this debate. And the stake here is the fact that Parliament has asked for something, and we're not to direct the RCMP to conduct an investigation or what pieces of evidence they're to use. We're here to ask for documents to be handed over. And the RCMP can decide not to take some of those documents. They can decide to use some of that evidence. They can decide to use none of it. That doesn't matter, because what matters here is that Parliament has asked for something to be done of the government. The government has to do it for democracy, for Canadians, and for Canada.
I think the Honourable Member from Mont-Royal has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House of Commons firmly condemns the violent acts and the anti-Semitic gestures which took place during the demonstrations in Montreal on November 21st and 22nd. That the House condemns all attacks against the Jewish community and states clearly that Jewish Canadians, like all Canadians, have a right to live safely in this country. That the House condemns all forms of support for Hamas or any other terrorist groups, and that the House reaffirms the right to peacefully and freely protest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord. The House.
Agreed.
Motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek unanimous consent for the following motion. The House recognized that the Liberal government waited nearly a week to condemn the violent anti-Semitic riots in Montreal, and recognized that the member for Mount Royal says one thing.
I'm hearing a number of no's. I'm hearing a number of no's. I thank the Honourable Member. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the security-conscious residents of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to speak on this amendment to the amendment on the motion. The motion calls for an investigation into this Liberal government's ongoing failure to follow an order of this House to produce documents. When I last rose here in this House to speak on a sub-amendment to the motion, I highlighted how the failure of this government to produce the documents was a reflection of the contempt these Liberals have for Parliament, our democracy, and Canadians. During that speech, the member for Waterloo was kind enough to prove my point. The member interrupted my speech to claim she couldn't see the relevance between the Prime Minister's long history of showing contempt for Parliament and a motion concerning the government's current contempt for Parliament. Today, I'd like to make the same argument, but rather than focus on the dictatorial views and practices of the Prime Minister, I'd like to make the case that the Liberals' incompetence is just as much a threat to democracy. It's my sincere hope a Liberal MP will prove that point while putting the cherry on top by demonstrating that Liberals also don't listen very well. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been speaking up and calling for an end to this government. If we can even call call it that. By definition, for a party to be a government, it has to govern. From this side of the House, it really appears as if the Liberals have just given up governing. The Liberals have abandoned passing legislation. The Liberal House leaders issued instructions to the media to regard our leader as the de facto Prime Minister and hold him accountable the way they would a real Prime Minister. They're completely consumed with their own drama feature. It's as though they've lost the will to live. Rather than schedule a maid appointment, the Liberals are just lying in the middle of the road, blocking traffic while Canadians, commuters, are stuck in the jam. All because they refuse to release documents they were ordered to provide by Parliament. Refusing to listen to Parliament is a recurring pattern with these Liberals. It's very timely that the Special Committee on the Canada's People's Republic of China relationship has tabled its report on the case of the National Microbiology Lab in Winnipeg. This is especially relevant today because it reveals a pattern of covering up for incompetence. Canadians may recall that this government refused to hand over documents demanded by Parliament so we could learn what actually happened at the lab. This government was so determined to ignore the will of Parliament, it took the former Speaker to court, Liberal Speaker. That was an unprecedented attack on parliamentary democracy. Not only has that never happened before in Canada, but it may have also been a first for any parliamentary democracy. That's how far the Liberals were willing to go to keep the truth from Canadians. And thanks to the Prime Minister calling his pandemic-spreading election, all the work to hold them accountable had to be restarted. When the Liberals returned with even fewer votes and fewer seats, they had no choice but to seek a deal. The government would hand over the documents to MPs who were willing to agree to be permanently gagged about what they saw. These MPs would review the redactions the government claimed were necessary for national security, and if they disagreed with the government, the redactions would be reviewed by a panel of arbiters to determine how the information would be made public. The process was what allowed our colleagues to produce the report on what happened at the Winnipeg lab, and I want to thank the members of the committee for their work. The government had been smearing anyone who dared to ask about the lab. This report reveals that we had more than enough reasons to be concerned. In August 2018, CSIS met with bureaucrats responsible for security at the lab. CSIS communicated its concerns about the two scientists at the center of the controversy. The bureaucrats did nothing. In September of 2018, those same bureaucrats learned that one of the scientists had been listed as inventor of a patent in China that may have contained information produced in Canada. The bureaucrats did nothing. In October of 2018, those same bureaucrats learned that two individuals from China who had been sponsored to work at the National Lab by the two disgraced scientists attempted to leave the National Lab with 10 tubes in 2 bags. That same month, one of the scientists took a trip to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It was during that time she signed up for the notorious 1,000 Talents program. Members of that program have been arrested, tried, and convicted of espionage in the United States. The program is a major pipeline for the communists who control China to steal technology. Near the end of October 2018, her husband tried to leave the lab with 2 styrofoam containers, which he insisted were empty. The bureaucrats did nothing. It wasn't until December 11th, 5 months after CSIS first spoke with the officials at the Public Health and National Lab, that bureaucrats decided to brief the president of Public Health. So what did the top public bureaucrat of health do when presented with these troubling facts? She did what this government does best. She hired some outside consultants to conduct a fact-finding study. The consultants handed in their report 3 months later on March 23, 2019, and their recommendation, an administrative investigation. So while the bureaucrats were busy hiring consultants To conduct studies, to recommend investigations, the two communist agents shipped out live samples of Ebola and Hennepin viruses to the Wuhan Institute of Virology on March 31st. It wasn't until the end of May in 2019 that the public health bureaucrats picked up the phone and called the RCMP. More than 2 months passed before the two scientists were escorted from the lab by the RCMP in July of 2019. Public Health didn't officially terminate their employment until January of 2021. We were paying a salary to two communist agents while the government told them to sit at home and await further instructions. Unsurprisingly, these scientist spies didn't listen and moved back to China, out of reach of Canada's legal system. To sum it up, CSIS warned government officials of a threat posed by agents working on behalf of the communists who control China. The senior government officials downplayed the concerns until it all blew up in their faces. No one bothers to brief the Liberals, or they don't bother to read their briefs. This is the same brand of incompetence that led to the public inquiry into foreign interference. The Liberals ignored the warnings because they didn't want to believe the warnings. The Liberals had fully bought into the belief that Russia had installed the 45th president and was plotting to do the same here in Canada. So it was easy for them to believe that someone they didn't like received help from an odious regime. So when the Liberals learned they were being assisted by the most odious regime on earth, the cognitive dissonance hit really hard. Taking real action would have meant admitting they were not white knights in shining armor, and in fact were no better than any politician they despise next door. They reassured themselves by saying things like, intelligence is not evidence. And it's ironic that Canadians can find no evidence of intelligence inside the government. Obviously, when talking about spies inside one of Canada's two most secure biolabs, issues of national security do come into play. Now, that doesn't give the government the right to ignore Parliament, but it can explain a government's reluctance to make information public. Except what our colleagues, the ones to be gagged about so they could review the documents, saw was that nearly all the redactions were aimed at protecting the bureaucrats from embarrassment. These bureaucrats let spies run free in the most secure lab in Canada. Then they seek to cover up their incompetence and tell the gullible Liberal minister the documents can't be shared for national security reasons. These DEI Liberal ministers lack the intellectual fortitude to challenge their deputies, which brings us back to today and to this motion, except with one major difference. Nothing about the Green Slush Fund involves national security. This is a classic case of Liberals helping to enrich Liberals. We saw it in the sponsorship scandal. In Ontario, we saw it with the Green Energy Act. And when those McGuinty-Wynne Liberals were booted from office, they packed up their taxpayer-funded moving vans and came to Ottawa to run the Prime Minister's office. Now it's clear that the only reason the Liberals refuse to release the documents is because it will reveal the full extent of the corruption. It's left them resorting to ridiculous excuses. My favorite is the claim that the Liberal insiders have a charter right to steal taxpayers' dollars. Madam Speaker, that's the level of desperation they have descended to. They can make as many excuses as they want. They can invent as many fake rights as they want. None of it matters. Pardon me, gotta get a drink of water. Canada will always be a parliamentary democracy. In a parliamentary democracy, the government answers to Parliament. This is not open to debate or interpretation. It's a fact. They must release the documents. And while they're at it, they can release the names too. But the Liberals won't. They won't let Canadians see the truth. Providing the documents would make it easier for Canadians to connect the dots. Dots like the proud socialist minister of the environment having an interest in a financial interest in a venture capital fund. Dots like how the owner of the venture capital fund sat on the board of SDTC during this period of Liberal corruption. Dots like how the SDTC gave funds to companies which had also been invested into by the venture capital fund. The Liberals were so happy with this venture capitalist work on the SDTC board, handing money out to their friends, and that the cabinet appointed her to sit on the board at the Liberal Infrastructure Bank. When the Minister of the Environment's favorite capitalist came to committee, she was adamant. She always recused herself from decisions relating to companies she had interest in. She also insisted there were only 2 companies. Naturally, my colleagues were curious. You see, they had a list of companies that SDTC had given funds to and a list of companies that the venture capitalist had invested in. The names that matched up on both lists were more than 2, quite a bit more. But the environmental activist turned venture capitalist had an explanation at hand. She simply explained that her venture capital fund only invested in the company after they had received SDTC funding. She was the longest-serving board member and sat on the project review committee. What a cozy little relationship. The taxpayer-funded Sustainable Development Technology Corporation employees would receive applications from hundreds of companies every year. These hardworking, diligent employees reviewed the applications and filtered out the duds. After this long application process, only the most viable projects from the most viable companies were recommended by the staff at SDTC. Those recommendations went to the Project Review Committee, and I believe the venture capitalist, when she insists, she followed the conflict of interest rules. She'd been on the board long enough before the former Minister for Rogers decided to stack the board with friends. She wouldn't do anything to jeopardize her access to the SDTC pipeline of promising investment opportunities. Researching investment opportunities is what makes or breaks a venture capital company. Luckily for her and her investors, like the Minister of the Environment, she had taxpayers fund her research. I always thought the man the Montreal newspapers like to call the Green Jesus of Montreal was an odd fit for the Liberals. It must be pretty awkward for the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Justice having to condemn the Watermelon Brigade protesters who come to their homes and target their families when their colleague was arrested for invading the property of former Premier of Alberta, Ralph Klein. But when I learned that the same man who stood in this House and declared himself to be a proud socialist was really a venture capitalist, it all made sense. He's a raging hypocrite and a perfect fit for this Liberal Party. He preaches socialism for the people, but practices capitalism for him and his well-connected Liberal friends. Madam Speaker, through you to any Canadians watching at home or watching in the future, I ask that you consider the case of the proud socialist environment minister and his friend, the venture capitalist. We have laws prohibiting public officials from conflicts of interest. We have laws against corruption. If laws were broken, the evidence will come out. If not by this government, then by the next. What we don't have are laws preventing well-connected Liberals from taking advantage of every opportunity to enrich themselves. The Minister of the Environment likes to claim all his carbon taxes will create economic opportunities. That was the same pitch that Dalton McGuinty used when he brought in the Green Energy Act in Ontario. Ontario's Auditor General found the Green Energy Act destroyed 60,000 jobs and cost ratepayers billions in extra fees. Yet, well-connected Liberals made a fortune by forcing industrial wind turbines down the throats of small rural communities. As we saw with the case of the venture capitalist, she followed the conflict rules to the letter so she can continue to find promising investment opportunities at the taxpayers' expense. Those same taxpayers, hardworking Canadians, never get those same opportunities. And now the proud socialist venture capitalist Minister of Environment gets richer while Canadians line up at food banks. This government can make a show of shutting down SDTC, but in the end, it feels like we're all playing a game of whack-a-mole. Just as we knock down a bunch of well-connected Liberals at SDTC, new ones pop up at the Infrastructure Bank or the Local Journalism Initiative. We know $400 million was given out at SDTC was only the tip of the iceberg, which brings us back to the motion and the amendment. As I've explained, this is not about national security. There's no reason to withhold the documents. The government's excuses have become ridiculous. They even claim that handing out the documents to the RCMP would violate people's rights. I'd ask Canadians to think about what the government is claiming. Well-connected Liberals may have broken laws to enrich themselves. The victim in this case is the government of Canada, and through it, the taxpayers of Canada. And now the Liberal Party is claiming that to share evidence the government was victimized would violate the charter rights of well-connected Liberals. Imagine if the government took this view of all crime. It would be like telling a rape victim she can't describe the appearance of her attacker to police because it would violate his right to privacy. Well, this example is meant to illustrate just how absurd the government's argument for withholding the documents is. There's probably some woke academic working on a paper arguing that reporting crime violates the rights of criminals from marginalized communities. And while this idea might become part of some future Liberal platform, I haven't seen or heard any policy announcement from this government which would prevent the victim of crime from providing evidence of a crime to police. And for now, it is still legal for victims to report crimes against them to police. So the government's claim it cannot turn over documents to the RCMP falls apart like a wet paper straw. That means there are only two plausible scenarios for why the government refuses to hand over the documents. First, we'll call the biolab scenario. Just as we saw in the Winnipeg lab case, the bureaucrats were embarrassed by the fact they allowed a couple of spies to run free in what was supposed to be the most secure facilities on the planet. Those bureaucrats told their political masters the documents needed to be redacted for national security, and the Liberals were too incompetent to ask any tough questions. In this situation, the bureaucrats at Industry Canada, tasked with the oversight for the Sustainable Development Technology Corporation, failed at their job and don't want the public to know. These bureaucrats told their political masters the documents cannot be released because it would violate people's due process rights, and the Liberal government's too incompetent to realize they're being duped. Incredibly, this first option is the best case scenario. The second possible option is the ad scam scenario. In this case, the documents contain evidence of criminality beyond just failures to recuse conflicts of interest. We know the Auditor General only looked at a sample of the funds handed out by Navdeep Bain's hand-picked board members. Only the documents in the possession of the government would reveal the true scale of the government. They can't hand them over to the RCMP because that would only result in well-connected Liberals being arrested. As this tired, worn-out, weak government prepares for the Hail Mary of election campaigns, the last thing it wants is a series of stories covering the trials of well-connected Liberals. Covering up for rampant criminality is objectively terrible, but it would at least rationally explain why this so-called government has abandoned governing and has given up on Parliament altogether. Yet we must never assume malice when incompetence is still an option. Fortunately, whether government is acting criminally with criminality or incompetence, the solution is the same. It's time for a carbon tax election, because only a carbon tax election can end the corruption of well-connected Liberals and helping well-connected Liberals.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The actual motion in which members are actually debating says that we're supposed to take the issue and instead of debating it, let's send it over to PROC. Now, it is a Conservative motion, Madam Speaker, and the moment that the Conservatives stop speaking on the motion, it will actually go to PROC as the motion suggests from the Conservatives. The member opposite should be congratulated. She is now the 200th Conservative speech on this filibuster, on this multi-million-dollar filibuster, Madam Speaker. Their arguments are absolutely bogus. The issue should be going to PROC. They are doing a great disservice to Canadians, such as the bill that we introduced today, Bill C-78, to give a tax break to Canadians, a GST tax break for the holiday season. Does she support that legislation?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, what this is about is the demand for the production of documents. Now, they may wish to hide everything off in a committee someplace, but by keeping it at the forefront, Canadians are reminded, and some for the very first time, that the Liberals will not hand over documents because this corruption we saw in a fraction of the documents that the Auditor General audited are just the tip of the iceberg. If she has a chance to go through all the documents, we may find that there's criminality involved with members in this very chamber on that side.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Niget. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech very carefully. We always agree at the bloc that the government has to show transparency and divulge the information contained in these documents. But I'd like to ask a very simple question for my colleague. I know that they've already opposed a motion to reaffirm Canada's commitment to the Paris Agreement. I'd like to know, does she agree with the situation that exposes us that there is climate change according to evidence? So does she agree to the existence of climate change? The Honourable Member for Renfrew.
Madam Speaker, the climate has been changing since Earth was first created. We've gone through hundreds of millions of years. In fact, here, right where we are, it used to be a desert at one point and another point buried by a glacier. So it's really insulting to ask whether or not somebody believes in climate change, unless, of course, they're referring to the Church of Climate Change Socialism.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, did this member just say that man-made climate change does not exist? Is that what we just heard in this House? I am speechless, and I'm speechless as an Albertan who represents a province where, for example, Jasper, the beloved city of Jasper, burnt down because of direct impacts of climate change. You know, I'm looking at around the world where we are seeing women and girls directly impacted by climate change, where people are losing their homes, their lives, their livelihoods to climate change. Did this member just say that she does not believe that human-caused climate change exists?
That makes sense. The Honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, had the member been listening to the question asked whether or not, was asked of me whether or not there was climate change, to which I said, of course there was. If this other member wants to dream some other conspiracy theory up, she's quite welcome to.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do really appreciate my colleague's speeches because she really gets down to the ideological drive of the current government. And she knows that the current Prime Minister, even when he was asked what country he admires the most, like most people on this side would have said Canada. And he said he admires the basic dictatorship of China. And my concern, Madam Speaker, is the drift of this government towards more censorship and more authoritarian methods to control information that is given to Canadians. And in a free society, that's unacceptable. Could my colleague please comment on this increase in censorship and how it leads to totalitarian governments?
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Okay, well, we've had several bills before this House, including taxing the internet, many censorship bills, C11, restricting what we can see and hear on the internet. And with all of this, be it the carbon tax, anything to make life more expensive, because it is the goal of this government to make life less affordable. And all that is meant, as the Prime Minister himself has said, to change our society, and change our society from a democratic society to one where technocrats and autocrats like himself run the country.
Any comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit much to hear the members say that when, in fact, we know that there are Conservative MPs that have been very clear, but even though they wanted to be anonymous when they were saying it, but Conservative MPs, in talking about the leader of the Conservative Party, say that the leader of the Conservative Party, he's the one who decides everything. His main advisor is himself. The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision. And then today, for example, we bring forward legislation, Bill C-78, which is going to give a tax holiday for the GST for many different products. I'm wondering if she is going to wait until her leader tells her how to vote on this legislation, or will she vote what she feels her constituents would want her to vote, and I believe that would be to vote yes for Bill C-78 to give Canadians an opportunity to have a bit of a tax break for the holiday season. Would she not agree that that's something that's good?
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Deny, distract, delay. That's exactly what that question was. We're here today because there is every indication that this government is hiding corruption. We have seen a bit of it already in the papers that have surfaced, but we want to see how deeply it runs. And that's what this debate is about. And as soon as they produce the documents required by Parliament, as is the law, we will get on to their next little mission, whatever that is, in making life less affordable for Canadians.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I like particularly about the House debate is what we're hearing. I just learned that my Conservative colleague admits, and you'll check the blues, Madam Speaker, that, in fact, climate change is caused by humans. The Conservatives are very tight on government spending, and now we know that they admit that climate change is caused by humans. Does my colleague agree with me that it doesn't make sense to send money, taxes from Canadian taxpayers to the biggest polluters in the planet, and also these are the richest companies because they're making record profits? Does she agree with me, and I imagine yes, that we have to stop sending money to oil and gas companies in Alberta from the Government of Canada?
Nipissing Pembroke has 1 minute to respond.
What we have to do is stop taxing Canadians and taking that tax under the auspices of it being able to change the weather and giving that tax money to friends of Liberals so they can invent other alternative forms of energy production that end up costing taxpayers and homeowners even more. We went through this already in Ontario. People had to decide whether or not to heat or eat their homes. And now they've taken what they destroyed at the provincial level and are trying to make it happen all across Canada. We're going to stop that. We're going to make things right, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I just want to say that it was an honor to join the Lucan Scout Guide Hall as they celebrated their 40th anniversary, a truly remarkable milestone. And the event was filled with nostalgia and excitement, especially as I had the privilege to witness them opening a time capsule that had been sealed since 1984. And it was fascinating to see the items and memories preserved from the past, each one telling a unique story about the people and events that shaped the group's history. The experience was not only nostalgic, but also deeply inspiring, reminding everyone present of the enduring gift of scouting and community. And what made the day even more special was the opportunity to contribute to the legacy being created. I presented the hall with a new portrait of King Charles III for them to hang for future generations. And I'm thrilled to share that a record of my statement of events today in this House will be preserved for the next time capsule, ensuring that future generations can look back and appreciate this moment. So congratulations once again to the Lucan Scout Guide Hall on 40 years of incredible service, dedication, and community building. Your contributions have truly made a lasting impact, and I wish you continued success and growth over the years to come. Here's to the next 40 years of achievement and cherished memories. And, Madam Speaker, as we're into the festive season right now, I'd also like to take a quick moment to extend my warmest and most heartfelt Christmas greetings to each and every one of you in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and beyond. As we come together to celebrate the joyous season with family, friends, and loved ones, let us pause to reflect the true meaning of Christmas, the miraculous birth of Jesus Christ. His arrival brought hope, peace, and love into the world, and his message continues to inspire and guide us today. The season is a time of renewal and a chance to embrace the spirit of kindness, compassion, and generosity. And it's also a reminder of the importance of community and the bonds that unite us all, regardless of our backgrounds or our beliefs. So as we gather at our festive tables and exchange gifts and share the laughter of those closest to us, let's also remember those in need and extend a helping hand whenever we can. So may the Holy Spirit fill your homes this Christmas, blessing you with warmth, joy, and peace, and may your hearts overflow with gratitude for the blessings of the past year and hope for the opportunities that lie ahead. So let's carry on the values of Christmas, love, forgiveness, and understanding, not only during this holiday season, but throughout the coming year, spreading light wherever we go. So to each of you, I wish you a Merry Christmas filled with cherished moments and unforgettable memories, and may the love of Jesus Christ bless you and your families today and always. And as we look onto the new year, may it be one of promise, prosperity, and happiness, filled with health, success, and countless reasons to smile. So Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous new year to you all. Now, Merry Christmas. Madam Speaker, we are here today again debating a privilege motion, which I've spoken to once before. And we're here because the Liberal government does not want to produce unredacted documents to the RCMP. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to read into the record a list of every Liberal scandal that I could possibly find. Now, fair warning, the list is not exhaustive, and I strongly believe the most rational individuals will believe that the government has not finished adding to the count. Now, traditionally, we would have the 12 days of Christmas, but after 9 years of NDP Liberal government, I bring you the 68 scandals this Christmas instead. So let's take a walk down scandal lane together as we review the 68 and continuing Liberal scandals. The Aga Khan vacation scandal, the prison needle exchange program, pressuring the Justice Minister to get Liberal donor SNC Lavalin off the hook and firing the Justice Minister for not helping with the cover-up. Some people experience it differently response over groping allegations. The We Charity scandal. Prime Minister assaults NDP MP in the House of Commons. Proroguing Parliament to escape the We Charity scandal. Sending personal protective equipment to China during a pandemic. Giving hundreds of thousands of dollars in ventilator contracts to Liberal Party insider Frank Baylis. Fake charges against Mark Norman. Rampant sexual assault in the military. Illegally invoking the Emergencies Act. Fabricating why the Emergencies Act was invoked. The Public Health Agency of Canada found committing contempt of Parliament in the Winnipeg lab document scandal. The Public Health Agency tracking scandal. Trampling Canadians with horses. Seizing Canadians' bank accounts. Rampant abuse of staff in the Prime Minister appointed Governor General's office. The Governor General wasting over $100,000 to throw private jet parties. Liberal connections with illegal casino magnates. Vaccine delays and unwarranted vaccine mandates. Dressing up in racist costumes on an official trip to India. Dressing up in racist blackface costumes at least 3 times over 11 years. But, the Prime Minister is, this number is how many times the Prime Minister can remember. So mass airport delays and cancellations as we continue. Decriminalizing hard drugs. Lowering the flag for half a year. Polluting more in 1 year on his private jet than an average Canadian does in half a lifetime. More than 72 secret order and councils. Sending diplomats to a party at the Russian embassy during the invasion of Ukraine. Having a minister give a $17,000 contract to a Liberal aligned media firm. Letting Thomas Reuters take his chief of staff to the White House press correspondence dinner. The DND minister misrepresents service. Trying to get unwarranted border searches of electronics. Restricting online free speech, spending $11 million to renovate the Prime Minister's cottage, raising the carbon tax during an energy crisis and ignoring racist laws in Quebec, misinforming Canadians about electoral reform, skipping the first Truth and Reconciliation Day to go surfing in Tofino, eliminating mandatory minimums for gun offences while going after law-abiding firearms owners, the Prime Minister flying in his private jet to climate conferences, the Prime Minister partying in Scotland maskless while Canadians were still under lockdowns, failed reforms in the ATIP system, awarding contracts to government employees without proper bids, like in GC Strategies, the ArriveCan or ArriveScam app, the $8 million barn built at Harrington Lake, Jamaica Vacation that cost Canadian taxpayers at least $162,000, Liberal cover-ups of foreign interference with the family friend rapporteur, Liberals not naming foreign threats, Bernardo and Magnotta prison transfers, having a known compromised MP on the Liberal benches, the Speaker's Nazi scandal, the waiting to designate the IRGC as a terrorist group, skyrocketing debt, skyrocketing inflation, skyrocketing addictions, skyrocketing overdose deaths, the other Randy, incompetent mismanagement of CERB, failing promises on Senate reform, anti-Semitic human rights chair, ECCC politicizing the Jasper wildfire response, $9 million penthouse for Tom Clark, illegal plastics ban, the Green Slush Fund, SDTC, while we're here today, CBC bonuses, the CBC CEO's travel to Paris, immigration crisis, pulling away refunds from farmers for unnecessary fertilizer tariffs and then charging them interest. The Minister of the Environment awarding funding to his own company. India's criminal activity, announcing and then redacting. Finding out that there was no other Randy. $6.5 billion was spent in a shallow attempt to buy votes. And there's more to come, I'm sure. So that's over 68 scandals in 9 years. Wow. So meanwhile, Madam Speaker, Canadians are struggling to eat, to heat, and house themselves. And after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government and their heavy-handed carbon tax, that's what's happening in Canada. The government has a pattern of giving its friends hundreds of millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, while shirking responsibility for all they have done to destroy Canadians' livelihoods. In fact, McKinsey & Company, the consultants that are being sued for hard drugs to Canadians, have been awarded $200 million in contracts since 2015. And where most of the time the Prime Minister's WEF buddy Dominic Barton led the board of directors, only to run off when the drug market got too hot for him. But don't worry, Speaker. Not only has the Prime Minister failed to hold Dominic Barton accountable for contributing to one of Canada's greatest calamities of the NDP Liberals since they formed government, nope. He was given a position in government as the Canadian ambassador to the People's Republic of China, of all things.
Of course.
With drug-related overdose deaths increasing 400% after his legalization experiment and becoming the #1 cause of death for teenagers. Do you think that a big promotion and a paycheck for another Liberal insider was worth the tax dollars? I think most Canadians, in fact all Canadians, would say no. Let's go back over the McKinsey contracts to let Canadians know about how their $200 million was spent. The Auditor General report cites 90% of their contracts did not have the appropriate guidelines. It wasn't even clear what the purpose of the contract was or if the desired outcome was achieved. With 70% of contracts being non-competitive and sole sourced directly to McKinsey, without a single attempt to explain why a non-competitive process was justified. McKinsey even raised a statement of work to skirt the Canada Border Services Agency after their initial statement didn't qualify. So, Speaker, this is not how we manage a free, fair, and democratic society. The calamity will take years, if not decades, to recover from and restore public trust. With thousands of Canadians dead and many more addicted to hard drugs, and every Canadian taxpayer robbed, it is certain that this NDP Liberal government is not worth the crime, the corruption, or the cost. Now, another scandal the incompetent NDP Liberal government hasn't been involved with that people are still livid about is the ArriveScam app. While Canadians struggled through the implications of the pandemic, the NDP Liberal government managed to waste at least $60 million on an app that didn't work. The app was originally designed for declaring customs in advance, but the only thing that the app completed was enriching a shady two-man IT company that had ties to senior Liberal politicians. Now, not only did the Prime Minister allow this to take place, he defended it. Initially budgeted at $80,000, the app's cost ballooned to over $60 million.
Wow.
Now, let's think about that, Madam Speaker. An app that was mimicked by university students in a basement over a weekend somehow cost taxpayers $60 million. The Auditor General not only reported that the Arrive scam cost around $60 million, but admitted that the exact cost was impossible to calculate due to the CBSA's poor record keeping. The CBSA also reported that $12.2 million of the $60 million could be unrelated to the app. So where did this money go, Speaker? Well, to Liberal insiders. What a surprise. While Canadians are struggling, the NDP Liberal government have put their own interests ahead of Canada, hidden the truth rather than face accountability, and wasted taxpayer dollars on pipe dreams and vanity projects while Canadian families struggle. The report also states that GC Strategies was paid up to $19 million when the original cost was $9 million. GC Strategies was handed a non-competitive contract despite there being no record of a request or even a proposal. For an app that cost $60 million, it did not work at all. The app's failure actually led to 10,000 Canadians being quarantined despite doing everything right. Canadians deserve to know where their taxpayer dollars are going and why their money is going to waste. Right. While Canadians did their best to stay healthy and safe, the Liberals spent their money around programs that didn't work to line their elite friends' pockets. Canadians are paying the price, not only in higher taxes and rising costs, but also in blatant corruption that has affected the very top of this Liberal government. You would think that they had learned a lesson from this, but alas, no. So, Speaker, let's take a look at another ethics scandal involving one of Canada's now most notorious ministers, the now unemployed Minister of Employment. It has come to light that he maintained ties to a lobbyist who secured a staggering $110 million in federal contracts. But that's not all. The minister himself was a director of a company that raked in an additional $8 million in government contracts. Speaker, this isn't just mismanagement, it's deceit. It's been reported that the minister tried to conceal payments he was receiving from his own lobbying firm while the same firm was lobbying his own ministry. But, I can't believe it, but it gets worse. Text messages from the minister's business partner showing that
Kate's been a bit late this week. I suspect there's been a lot of
sense. Yeah.
Even while serving as minister.
I think it was Emily.
And what's his excuse? He claims it was just another Randy. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than this. They deserve better than this flimsy excuse from a senior cabinet minister. We have learned that the same business allegedly claimed to be Indigenous-owned, despite the minister repeatedly stating that he is not Indigenous. Speaker, this is a clear pattern with this Liberal government, lining their own pockets while Canadians struggle to make ends meet. The cost of living is skyrocketing, and families are forced to make very tough choices, yet Liberal ministers seem more concerned with enriching themselves. An affidavit filed last week claims that a company co-founded by the former minister and his partner took a...
And Cheryl Gallant's questions too. Oh my God.
Supposed to cut ties with this company after his re-election in 2021, it's clear that he continued to co-own and benefit from it. Canadians are tired of the lies, the cover-ups, and the complete disregard for ethical standards. Canadians deserve accountability. How much money did they take from hardworking taxpayers? And did he defraud Indigenous people by falsely claiming an Indigenous identity? It is not enough that he lost his job and his company is barred from receiving federal contracts for 90 days. That's a slap on the wrist for this level of corruption and indecency. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that is transparent, accountable, and focused on serving the people, not serving themselves. It's time for a common-sense Conservative government to restore trust, integrity, and fiscal responsibility in Ottawa. If what I have said is not enough to make you agree, let's unpack a few more things that have happened recently. The Liberal government placed a massive tariff on fertilizer coming from Russia when the invasion of Ukraine began. And most of the fertilizer that's used in Ontario and Quebec comes from Russia. Farmers pre-ordered and prepaid months in advance for what they required for the spring planting. Now, such a sudden change drove prices through the roof and helped contribute to the inflation on food prices that Canadians still suffer from.
I have the Honourable Minister has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment of the next sitting be midnight, pursuant to order made Wednesday, February 28, 2024.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 28th, the Minister's request to extend the said sitting is deemed adopted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member has 4 minutes left in her speech. The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
But even they had second thoughts about this slapdash tax and its impact and issued a partial refund. The refund was paid from the government to a distributor who did the honourable thing and returned the money, the refund, directly to farmers. But almost a year later, the government has decided that they want the money back, and they're demanding interest. So fairness seems to only apply for Liberal insiders, Madam Speaker. How fair is it that farmers suffering from poor policy decisions are now on the hook for the NDP Liberal government being too reprehensible to honour a rebate? Now, recently I had the opportunity to ask bureaucrats from across departments if this action was even legal or where they had received the power to make such a decision. They couldn't answer. One even suggested that it was up to the individual border agents. Speaker, it is beyond ridiculous to suggest that a decision impacting farmers' livelihoods and costing millions of dollars did not follow procedure or was not grounded with a law or policy. And it's absurd for this government to suggest that such a decision would be and could be made by an individual CBSA agent. But in this wacko government, apparently nobody bothered to check first. Now, let's look at the finance minister and her vibe check. That's spelled CHEQUE, for the record. Because yes, now the government is slashing temporarily and spending $6.28 billion in a thinly veiled attempt to buy votes from Canadians who are already earning a six-figure income. Now, one might think that we could take a moment and think to use some of that money to pay off the over $1.2 trillion national debt. But why would they? Going deeper in the hole for showmanship and self-glorification is the ultimate Liberal play, tried and true. So don't take my word for it here. Here's the testimony, Madam Speaker, from a small business owner in my riding named Jeff. And he writes, and I quote, "How does the government expect my small business to take HST off of all of these items in one night? We have to collect the HST December 13th and have it off on December 14th. How am I supposed to manually do this for all the items in a convenience store? It will be easier to close my business for 2 months than to do all of this. This is an absolute joke and a travesty to lay this on small business owners and right before Christmas and for only 2 months. It's going to take me a week to manually change every item. If I get it wrong, I'm going to be charged interest by our government. What an absolute embarrassment of a government, and no wonder no one wants to start a small business anymore." Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. And when I'm speaking with Canadians, is that from farms to convenience stores, everything the NDP-backed Liberal government is doing is set to destroy them. Canadians are tired of the relentless, oppressive flood of ineptitude coming from our Prime Minister and his horde of yes men and women. Now, they do not want policy and government run from scribbles off the back of a napkin. They deserve a positive change. They want hope for a better future. They want common sense, and only a Conservative government will give them that. We will axe the tax, letting them keep more of their money that they worked hard for. We will build homes, starting by removing the GST on new builds, which will save people up to $50,000 and get an additional 30,000 homes built every year. We will fix the budget, beginning with a dollar-for-dollar rule to curb excessive government spending. And we will stop the crime by repealing the broken catch-and-release bail policies that are endangering our lives. So I plead with the Liberal government to hand over the unredacted documents to the RCMP. Let them do the investigation. Let's get Parliament going here. Canadians deserve accountability and transparency from this Liberal government, and they want it today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done, Leanne.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member would like to focus some attention on scandals. And let me give her a list of her leader today, the leader of the Conservative Party's scandals while he was in government. 9 years. Anti-terrorism, $3.1 billion. Phoenix scandal, $2.2 billion. G8 spending scandal, ETS scandal, by the way, $400 million, that one. F-35 scandal, Senate scandal, election scandals, more than one scandal there. Madam Speaker, I have a booklet.
First of all, members who want to participate should wait until it's the appropriate time. And I'm sure that the honourable member who made her speech will be able to respond. I know that she's very capable. And the honourable parliamentary secretary, I caution him at pointing to a document. So he can quote from the document, but he can't show the document. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I have a book that clearly shows 70 actual scandals and abuses of power when her leader today was involved with Stephen Harper. In fact, this is one that I find really interesting. Harper found in contempt of Parliament. That's while her leader was this parliamentary secretary, and of course, contempt of Parliament. Fast forward today, and what we have is that the leader of the Conservative Party as the leader of an opposition in borderline contempt of Parliament because of a multi-million-dollar gain. And that's all we are witnessing from the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. My question is when will their current leader of the Conservative Party start paying more respect to Canadians, stop this multi-million-dollar abuse of power and contempt of Parliament?
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Madam Speaker, I take offence to my honourable colleague's comments over there, because what I believe that Canadians want is an open and transparent government, and the NDP Liberal government even said themselves that they promised to be the most open and transparent government that there was. And what have we seen in 9 years of NDP Liberal government? The most corrupt government we've seen in Canadian history. I gave you 68 scandals and a list of things that have happened in the last 9 years, and the list is growing. What Canadians want is a responsible government who will be accountable to the Canadian taxpayer with their money, and that's what Conservatives are going to do, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are times when people are watching us debating here, and they may have a good political memory, and they see that regardless of whether it's a dark blue or a red government, every time, or both, each one accuses the other of having been worse, and it's without fail. They always do that here. My question is this. Isn't it time, finally, that people thought about government, regardless of its political stripes, that government should truly have the collective good in mind and that of the smallest players and not the big lobbies that may be very impressive with their luxurious receptions that they invite members to? The honourable member.
For her question. And yes, I truly believe that Canadians want us to work together collectively for the good of the Canadian people. And that's what I do here day in and day out as I represent the people of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. But what the people in my riding are telling me, Madam Speaker, is they want the government to be held accountable for all these scandals. They're hurting. We're in a cost of living crisis. Why? Because this government, they mismanage everything that they touch. And everything in this country is broken. This government needs to be held accountable. And what Canadians are asking them to do, Madam Speaker, is to hand over those unredacted documents to the RCMP so that the Liberals can be held accountable.
Before I go to the next question, there seems to be a phone that might be on vibrate near the mic. I'm not sure whose phone it is, if it's a neighbour or not, but I just want to raise that because it did affect the sound here. Questions and comments? The honourable member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, excuse me. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the previous intervention, I mean, that's just a small snapshot of what Canadians have been treated to over the last 2 months. And it's basically the Conservatives and the Liberals arguing with one another over whose record was worse while in government. I've got news for you, Madam Speaker. They're both equally bad. There's a long list of scandals in Conservative governments and Liberal governments. I mean, to borrow from Tommy Douglas's Mouseland, we've got the red cats and the blue cats arguing in front of mice over who's going to be the better government. But that aside, Madam Speaker, I asked this question to a previous Conservative colleague because there was some mix-up or poor understanding of what the RCMP actually wanted in this case. Now, I do support Parliament's unfettered right to send for documents, But I'm just wondering through you, Madam Speaker, if my honourable colleague, what does she think about, if this does eventually get to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, about using that opportunity to actually call the RCMP Commissioner forward as a witness so that maybe the RCMP Commissioner could explain to parliamentarians on exactly what the correct process is, because I'm sure she would agree with me that we don't want to interfere or unjustly deviate from an ongoing police investigation.
Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Well, the reality is, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal record is also the NDP record. So the NDP continue to back up this Liberal government. They're the ones propping this Liberal government up. Canadians want a carbon tax election and they want it now. But the NDP continue to vote with the Liberals and back up this Liberal government, prolonging this Parliament, prolonging Canadians' suffering at the cost of living crisis, and yet they won't call a carbon tax election, which is what Canadians want. That's the NDP record, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Sorry.
Thank you. I was about to say
I get them wrong.
I couldn't say the name. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. In fact, I'm going to be giving a speech later, and I would love to run through those scandals again, just to reiterate how scandal-ridden and plagued this government is. And Madam Speaker, through you, I ask my honourable colleague this. We have a government that is unwilling to comply with an order from the Speaker. Now, the Liberals want to do cartwheels about the ghost of Stephen Harper that's hiding under their beds. But what does it say when the Liberals talk about these scandals and yet won't comply with something very basic when people have clearly broken the law?
Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Well, it says that there's no transparency or accountability in this government, and that's what Canadians are asking for. In fact, Madam Speaker, one of the scandals I read into the record earlier was on the plastics registry and the plastics ban. And I've received a letter, a copy of a letter from a congressman in the United States who wrote to the Canadian ambassador saying that the violation of the trade agreement, the Canadian plastics registry, seems to violate the USMCA's environmental and trade provisions, especially in Chapter 24, Sections 2, 4, and 5, potentially undermining established trade agreements. And the Coalition of Concerned Manufacturers and Businesses of Canada have said that if the Liberal government needs to abandon its plans to impose a plastics registry on this important industry. The policy proposal has been found to contravene the USMCA trade agreement and has become an ongoing trade irritant. Madam Speaker, everything that this government touches, including this plastics ban, is detrimental and undermining Canadians, and Canadians just want a carbon tax election, so let's call a carbon tax election now.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In my first question, I talked about how scandalous actually the leader of the Conservative Party has been during his time in government. Let me amplify how things haven't changed. He is the only leader in the House of Commons that totally refuses to get the security clearance. We have people that have been murdered in the street. We have all sorts of issues regarding foreign interference. And what does he say? Oh, no, I don't want to get a security clearance. The question is, Madam Speaker, why is that? And it's because the leader of the Conservative Party does not have the courage to come forward and say that there's something about his past. He is hiding something, Madam Speaker, and he doesn't have the courage to come forward and tell Canadians what he is hiding. Will the member tell and encourage her leader to get that security clearance?
Here, here, here.
Again, I want to remind members that when someone has the floor, the honourable members know full well that they are to provide that opportunity for that individual to speak make his responses, and if anybody else wants to participate, they should wait till the appropriate time. The honourable for Lambton Kent Middlesex has just a little over a minute to respond. Parliamentary Secretary as well not to keep adding because he doesn't have the floor anymore. The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Madam Speaker, I find that comment rich coming from the Liberal benches because the Prime Minister has a security clearance, and what has he done about it? You still have people who are sitting on your benches who are compromised.
Questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the members. The honourable member.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, the Liberal Party has people who we know are compromised sitting on their benches. So if the Prime Minister has security clearance and he knows about it and he's done nothing, then why should we have security? We don't need a security clearance. We need a carbon tax election so that Canadians can decide for themselves who has the right to govern in this country. They need this country needs a new mandate, and Conservatives want a carbon tax election, and so do Canadians. So let's call one.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Now, I have some comments for the member from Winnipeg, but before I do want to recognize a few people, and I will gladly share. But before I do share with the member from Winnipeg, I want to honor the life of Helen Mathot. She was the grandmother of one of my good friends, Dylan Mathot, and husband to Claire Mathot. They were together, I believe, for over 74 years. She was previously a resident of Kamloops. Pardon me if I said they were together over, I'll just start over again because I believe I misstated. I want to recognize the life of Helen Mathot. She leaves behind her husband, Claire Mathot, and her grandson, among others, Dylan Mathot, who's been a friend of mine for about 30 years. I remember when Helen and Claire helped me when I was about 17 years old with tremendous generosity, and I was very saddened to learn of her death recently. My deepest condolences go to her family. May perpetual light shine upon her. On a happier note, Madam Speaker, I recently met someone from Kamloops, Trish White, and she let me know she would be getting married this weekend to Bruce Wilby. So I'd like to congratulate Trish and Bruce on their upcoming wedding. I wish them a lifetime of happiness on their special day that is coming up in just 4 days. Now, on to the heart of the comment. I love how the Liberals, Madam Speaker, just love to tell the world that it's the right who has conspiracy theorists. They're not even doing it with wink, wink, nudge, nudge anymore. They're outright coming out and saying it. Now, what they forget is that the leader of the opposition was part of cabinet, and he would have had a security clearance. He's actually said it very, very clearly that he will not be muzzled, and I don't blame him. And if they're so concerned about whatever it might be with their wink, wink, nudge, nudge conspiracy theories that they're trying to perpetuate, they'd like to tell you it's only the far right that does it, but now it's coming from the left. Perhaps we might even say the far left, given the member from Winnipeg. So they have these conspiracy theories that they perpetuate here in the House. And at the end of the day, what do we need? We just need the names revealed. Release the names. That's it. The member from Winnipeg is laughing at the fact that I said release the names. He is laughing. I am being heckled right now by Liberals when I am saying release the names. You cannot make this up. There are people that are in this very House that are undermining democracy. I am saying this, and the Liberals are laughing when I say release the names. This is how seriously they take foreign interference, Madam Speaker. This is how seriously they take it. You're having to tell them to be quiet as we talk about foreign interference. Our leader has said when he becomes Prime Minister, he will release the names. This Prime Minister refuses to release the names. What is he hiding? What is the Prime Minister hiding? Why are those two members over there running defense for the Prime Minister and laughing when we talk about foreign interference and we say release the names? Perhaps there's something to hide over there. Perhaps there's something that the Liberals...
Order. I just want to remind members again that while someone else has the floor, to please give it the respect that it deserves. I think that the House can function better if everybody abides on, and this is everybody that I'm speaking to here as a whole. If members were to abide by the rules of the House, I think we would be able to work a lot smoothly and things could flow better and more people would be able to have their voices heard. So the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou can continue with the speech.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to be clear, it's the member from Winnipeg and the member from Brampton West who were laughing and heckling as I was talking about releasing the names. Pretty simple. Our leader has said he will release the names. There are people that are potentially compromised in this place. There are people.
The honourable member for Winnipeg, for the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House leader.
Madam Speaker, the leader can get the names. All he has to do is get the security clearance. Then he can release the names.
On a point of order, it's a point of debate. So the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I'm happy to respond to that. It's not the leader of the opposition who should get the names, it's Canadians who should get the names. And here we have Liberals stymieing time after time after time saying, oh, if only this was the case, if only that was the case. We have people, parliamentarians that could be compromised, parliamentarians who may have broken the highest law in the land here, one of the most serious laws we have on the books. And we've said, release the names. Time after time after time, release the names, release the names, release the names. We have people here who may be compromised, and the Liberals think it's funny. The Liberals think we should be heckling over it. Shame on them. Release the names. There are people who fought for our freedom, Madam Speaker. This is the month where we remember. And they fought so we could be free, so that we could speak our minds in this place. And there are people that want to undermine it, and the Liberals think it's funny. Release the names. The member from Winnipeg just said, I'd say something, but I can't. I don't think I've ever seen him at a loss for words, Madam Speaker.
This is becoming a point. This is becoming where individuals are trying to debate each other when they're not supposed to be at this point. There's no questions and comments at this point. Again, order. Again, I would just ask members to please be respectful of each other and to please wait till the appropriate time to make comments, or I would ask members to maybe write their thoughts down in case they're afraid that they're going to forget them. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, I would just ask him to continue on with his speech.
Madam Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise in this place, and sometimes we talk about really happy things, and sometimes we talk about sad things, and sometimes we talk about things that are important that are both happy or sad. This is one of the times where we're talking about something that's important, very sad. I would go so far as to say I'm quite despondent about where we sit here as a parliament, essentially at an impasse. And that impasse falls directly at the feet of this Liberal government. There is an order, Madam Speaker, from the chair that you occupy right now, to say, turn over the documents. Only the Liberals could be so brash as to try to reframe the conversation. Now, I talked about conspiracy theories from the left. This isn't a conspiracy theory here that we have to talk about when we say, what is in those documents that 36 days now? How many days have gone by? A number of days that have gone by here where we have been demanding the documents. What could possibly be in those documents that is so damning that the Liberals don't want to do? Oh, we have a member saying that my boss's name is in those documents. I'm pretty sure that the leader of the opposition's name isn't in those documents. But I'll tell you what, Madam Speaker, through you, let's table the documents so we can actually see whose names are in it. Because you know whose names are probably in it? Liberal insiders. You know why? Because this is a corrupt government. This is a corrupt government that loves to line its own pockets. And we know that. 186 conflicts of interest while these Liberals sat on their hands. $400 million, and they attempt to justify it. They attempt to sit here and say, no big deal. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, just do this. Let's talk about some other conspiracy theory of the left. Madam Speaker, it is absolutely deplorable that we have to sit here demanding that these documents be put forward. So let's just go back in our history, if we will. 2018, former Liberal Industry Minister expressed concerns regarding the Harper-era chair, given public criticism. So 2 alternate chairs were then put forward. And lo and behold, what happens? Liberals love to benefit liberals. It's just the way of life. Just as water is wet, liberals love to line liberal pockets. So a liberal-friendly chair takes the chair of SDTC, also known as the Green Slush Fund, and we have 186 conflicts of interest. We have what I believe to be clear criminality that is at the core, where people were voting on giving one another money. And this was for money for green projects, something that should be ostensibly laudable. So, yeah, let's make our economy greener. But the whole point of SDTC, in their eyes, in the eyes of liberal insiders, in the eyes of this liberal government, was not to make our economy greener. It was to line liberal pockets. And that is absolutely deplorable. And then making matters worse, Madam Speaker, is that this government refuses to hand over the unredacted documents. So liberals like to line their own pockets. They like to get rich and get richer. And then when they're caught, they refuse to hand over the documents. Madam Speaker, I see I only have 20 seconds left by my count. No, do I have longer?
It's 10 and a half minutes, and if he ends before, then his time won't carry on. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Okay, well, this is great. Let's. Yeah. All right, Madam Speaker, I will keep going then. So let's start. I thought I only had a little bit of time, but let's keep going here then. The Auditor General of Canada has found that SDTC, also known as the Green Slush Fund, was essentially for Liberal insiders. Oh, I was just getting going, Madam Speaker.
You have a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of International Development, that the debate be now adjourned.
Mrs. Gould, seconded by Mr. Hussain, move that the debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 28, 2024, the motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou will have 9 minutes and 40 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, privilège.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on the motion regarding a witness's inability to give information to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, standing in the name of Mr. Barrett, and on the amendment standing in the name of Mr. Cooper.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honoured to speak on...
Another point of order. I apologize. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je propose...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for International Development, that debate now be adjourned. Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that debate be now adjourned. Pursuant to order adopted Wednesday, February 28th, 2024, the motion is deemed adopted.
Have his full 20 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. 1959. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Orders of the day, government orders. Government motion number 43, beginning debate and deliberations, proceedings on a bill entitled An Act Respecting Temporary Cost of Living Relief Affordability.
Oh, the formula. Okay. Madame Gould, appuyée par Monsieur Hussein.
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Hussein, move that we dispose of the bill in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, called an act for respecting temporary cost of living relief affordability, at second reading, begin immediately after adoption of this order.
Debate at the second reading stage of the bill. One member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak at the said stage of not more than 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of questions and comments. C, at the conclusion of the time provided for the debate, or when no member wishes to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill will be deemed put, a recorded division be deemed requested, and the vote shall not be deferred. D, si le projet...
D, if the bill is adopted at the second reading stage, it shall be deemed referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. E, during consideration of the bill, the House shall not adjourn, except pursuant to a motion moved by a Minister of the Crown.
F, aucune motion...
F, no motion to adjourn the debate may be moved except by a Minister of the Crown.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here this evening, and very pleased to be finally discussing a government bill in this House, finally moving forward on behalf of Canadians, discussing specifically Bill C-78, which is important legislation which will deliver meaningful savings for Canadians with a GST, HST exemption across the country. Canadians will be able to buy essentials like groceries, snacks, and kids' clothing, all tax-free. It is a bill that is focused on making life more affordable for Canadians and building on previous government actions that are already saving families and individuals thousands of dollars a year. Madam Speaker, as Canadians, we take care of each other. It's a promise at the heart of who we are, and it goes back generations. From universal public health care to employment insurance to strong, stable, funded pensions like the Canada Pension Plan, there has always been an agreement that we will take care of our neighbours when they are in need. It gave our workers stability, our businesses confidence that the right supports were in place to keep our country and economy fair, keep people healthy, safe, ready, well supported, and keep the middle class strong. On the other side of the aisle, we see a party obsessed with making devastating cuts to childcare, dental care, housing, and pretty much everything else that supports Canadians' affordability, leaving the middle class worse off, which is what they would do if they ever were fortunate enough to form government. They are not interested in investing in Canadians. They're only interested in their own political advantage and gain. Now, in 2015, our government recognized that the economy had changed. Canadians needed more support. We created the Canada Child Benefit to help with the cost of raising children. Today, that benefit is providing nearly $8,000 per child and is indexed to the cost of living, which allows families to keep up with the cost of living as it naturally tends to increase over time. We promised and delivered affordable childcare from coast to coast to coast, with 8 provinces and territories already providing care for $10 a day or less. Before 2021, childcare fees in Canada cost as much, if not more, than rent or a mortgage, and few parents could afford it. I know when my family had our young first daughter, childcare was up to $1,800 per month. And it certainly had us pause and consider, and my wife consider, whether both of us were going to go back to work. And for many parents, that's the case. We realized that support, the Canada Child Benefit, made it cheaper and easier for parents to both return to work and for kids to get the best start possible. We knew that this was fundamentally unjust, that families should struggle, especially for mothers, which is why we created a high-quality, affordable, flexible, and inclusive Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. And in less than a year, we reached early learning and childcare agreements with all 13 provinces and territories. That's remarkable. Provinces and territories have already announced measures to create over 100,000 new spaces, and we're well on our way to reaching our goal of 250,000 new spaces by March 2026. Madam Speaker, we have also never forgotten that at the heart of Canada's social safety is the promise of access to health care. That includes ensuring access to affordable dental care. The Canadian Dental Care Plan is making the cost of dental care more affordable for up to 9 million Canadians. Over 1 million Canadians have now been able to visit a dentist and access the oral health care they need and deserve, thanks to the Canada Dental Care Plan. In Budget 2024, we announced an investment of $1 billion over 5 years to launch the new National School Food Program with provinces and territories and Indigenous partners. Madam Speaker, this is something I long advocated for before getting into politics for many years, and have known many people in the national food movement that advocated for a National School Food Program investment from the federal government for many years before that. So, Madam Speaker, it's a great pleasure to be part of a party and a government that is investing in kids, ensuring that they get a healthy start to each and every day at school. We've already signed agreements with 3 provinces, Newfoundland and Labrador, Manitoba, and Ontario, which is great. My province of Ontario has finally signed up. They're not last like we saw on the early learning and childcare agreements. They were third, so it's fantastic to see Ontario join and make these investments in our kids. It will provide meals for up to 400,000 more children every year, with 160,000 of those being in Ontario, beyond those served by the existing school food programs, so that every single child across Canada can have a fair chance at a good and healthy life, regardless of their family circumstances. This national program is expected to save an average participating family with 2 children as much as $800 per year in the cost of groceries. And you know, it's a shame, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives members opposite voted against this program. They voted against feeding kids in school. They voted against feeding kids. Can you believe that? That every day in this House for months and months and months, they cite food bank lineups and the Hunger Counts report from Food Banks Canada, who has asked for an investment in a national school food program for as long as I can remember. Our government steps up to make that investment, and what do the Conservatives do? They vote against it. They vote against feeding hungry kids. That is shameful. Madam Speaker, that brings me to today's legislation on the GST holiday, with the goal of putting even more money in the pockets of Canadians. Canadians have been through a lot, there's no doubt. Pandemic, post-pandemic shocks to the economy, global inflation. We've had major climatic events and weather events that have obviously put strain on our economy. And Canadians have been living through all that, and we realize it's been challenging. We know this, and we want to step up and help, as we always have done. Our government, and I'm proud of this, that we always identify and listen to what Canadians need. We're responsive and trying our very best to govern this country in a way that steps up constantly and supports Canadians when they're in need. And this is good news that we're offering this holiday season. This Christmas is going to be more merry and bright, is how I think about it, because Canadian families are going to be able to purchase a lot of the things that they would purchase over the holidays with no GST on those purchases. That is really good for Canadian families who have been challenged with the cost of living pressures that they've been living through. And I mean, all of this comes on the tail of really good news for our economy. Inflation was at 2% in October, which means inflation has been within the Bank of Canada's target range all year long. For Canadians, that means prices are more stable. It means that interest rates are coming down, and they have come down 4 times, which is great to see. And that's great news for homeowners, for people renewing their mortgages, for business owners that might be carrying debt. This is solid progress, and we shouldn't deny this. I know the members opposite constantly deny that the economy is steadily improving and stable, and that Canada is doing better than many of its peer countries in this world. They cherry-pick indicators from the economy to try and talk down the Canadian economy because they don't want Canada to do well. They would rather Canada do poorly so that they can do well, so that they can use that misfortune of Canadians for their own political advantage. And we see that every single day in this House. So, listen, I think Canadians have been going through a lot. This holiday season, we're waiving the GST on many of the things that they spend money on. This is going to start on December 14th. The government intends to give a tax break to Canadians. And why today's legislation is so important and why time is of the essence. Really, time is of the essence. Why? Because we know Canadians need a boost. They need to feel like they can afford more, and although the economy is improving, they're not always feeling that immediately, and we think that offering them a GST holiday for 2 months over the Christmas period is really going to be helpful to them. And the temporary 2-month GST, HST exemption for select expenses will help Canadians be able to buy items like snacks and children's clothing and toys, all tax-free. It will also apply to prepared foods, vegetable trays, pre-made meals, salads, sandwiches, books, newspapers, puzzles, Christmas trees, and more. So it's literally designed to help Canadians with many of the things that they purchase over the holidays. I think that's great. That makes the holidays just a little bit better for Canadians. It gives them a little bit of relief. It's going to boost the economy in terms of the spending that Canadians do as well, because I think they're going to support our retail industry, and it's going to boost local businesses. For a typical family spending $2,000 on qualifying goods between December 14th, 2024 and February 15th, 2025, that's a savings of $100, keeping more money in their pockets. With this support, Canadians can focus more on celebrating the season with family and friends and start the new year with a little more money in their pocket. But, Madam Speaker, yet again, we see the Conservative leader and his MPs putting their partisan interests above Canadians. They voted against dental care. They voted against the National School Food Program. They would cut the Canada Child Benefit, there's no doubt. They would cut the housing supports and investments that our government has made. And they voted against more spots in daycare. And they're going to vote and oppose the tax break we're offering Canadians to help them over the next few months. So I encourage all members of Parliament to quickly and unanimously pass this legislation to make the holidays a little more merry and bright for Canadians that have been going through a tough time. Make their Christmas, Madam Speaker. That's my message to every member of this House. Will the Conservative leader unmuzzle his MPs? That's the question that I have for the Conservatives, and let them vote in favor of this legislation. Let them vote in favor of their constituents who deserve a tax break over the holidays. Will they support their constituents? I have no idea, but what we see every day in this House is they're not working on behalf of Canadians. They're working on behalf of themselves. And you know, what I want to offer to the Conservative members is if they need help filling out a permission slip for their leader to give them permission to be able to speak their mind and vote their conscience in this House, I would offer my help in filling that permission slip out. I'll even create a permission slip for them if they need and advocate on their behalf. Hopefully they'll be able to stand up for Canadians for once and actually support a tax break for Canadians over the holidays. It really gives me great pleasure to get to kick off debate on this topic tonight, and it's great to see the House finally doing business that matters to Canadians instead of hearing Conservatives filibuster for 36 days on a motion that they will not allow to be referred to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, wasting all kinds of time, energy, and resources at the heart of our democracy, Madam Speaker. It'll be great to get a GST, HST cut over the holidays for Canadian families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. What I heard this member say is, let's make their Christmas. So somehow they're saying that this is the way for Canadians to find joy over Christmas. And he says, we're even putting more money in their pockets. My constituents do not agree with that terminology. I would suggest to the member that what they need to say is what they're doing is putting even more of their own money back in their pockets. How about instead of a short-term...
Remember to finish your question in a second. I have a point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I give notice that with respect to the consideration of Government Motion Number 43 at the next sitting of the House, a Minister of the Crown shall move pursuant to Standing Order 57 that debate not be further adjourned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So the honourable member for Yorkton Melville is able to continue with her question. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'll just kind of wrap it up with this. He wants to make their Christmas, and they deserve a tax break over Christmas. What we're prepared to do, Madam Speaker, is give them a tax break permanently. Axe the tax completely and take the GST off of home purchases. This short little gift of giving them back more of their own money into their pockets is a sad comment on this government not knowing how to run its business.
I'd ask the honourable members who want to add to please wait until I recognize them, because there's opportunity here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I hear no holiday spirit from that other side of the House. That's for certain. All I hear is, the ringing of that petty little heart of the Conservative leader who can't find it in himself to give his members of Parliament the freedom to do their job. And it's too bad for this House and for Canadians. But what's interesting is the member opposite talks about the Canada carbon rebate, which puts more money in people's pockets. What's interesting is the price on pollution has been estimated to only cost families as much as 15 cents on a $100 purchase at the grocery store. This tax break is 100 times greater than that, which is interesting. So 100 times greater tax break, that member will not offer her constituents.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What can a government that's drowning in the polls faster than the Titanic do when Christmas is coming? There's a lot of communications, poorly crafted measures that give people the impression that they're getting more money back. They're talking about a check for workers, and not for people who are having the hardest time making ends meet. They themselves have paid for this money, $4.7 billion. After saying no to an increase in healthcare transfers, after saying no to an enhancement in OAS, now they come with this little measure that excludes people who are like unemployed, people who are retired, and even stay-at-home parents. Does the government not realize that they're feeding cynicism with this?
Madam Speaker, I appreciate this member's question very much, and I would note that we serve together on the same industry committee, and I value the member's input greatly in the proceedings of that committee. But I would say I'm not sure that this member has read this particular bill, because he's referring to another measure that our government announced. Granted, we did announce it at the same time as the GST tax break. But what he is referring to is not within this particular bill. This bill deals exclusively with the GST holiday over the 2-month period during Christmas from December 14th to February 15th. And I think that, it's a moment in time where all of us have the chance to make the holidays just a little bit brighter for Canadians and who've been through a lot. And I would expect all members to be able to support this.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, once again, the Liberals have been caught copying the NDP's homework because Canadians need to understand that this Liberal measure was announced several days after we came out with our own proposal. And unfortunately, like a lot of Liberal initiatives, it's a poor imitation of the original idea, because we were proposing a permanent relief of the GST on these essential items. What Canadians need to understand is that in this bill, all of these measures are going to come to an end on February the 15th. So through you, Madam Speaker, why is the Liberal Party so adept at offering half measures to Canadians? And on the separate issue, the issue of the rebate check, I know that's still being worked on. Is he going to go back and make sure that when that is offered, it actually goes to the people who need it, like persons with disabilities, low-income seniors, and students? That's how it should have been originally crafted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, let me start by saying thank you to the member opposite for agreeing with the concept of GST relief. However short this pause might be, I think the timing is perfect when Canadians have been struggling for a long time, the economy is improving, and it gives Canadians a break when they most need it, when they're going to probably spend quite a bit of money over the holidays. I know most of us do. But with regards to the other measure that the member refers to, which is not a part of this bill, but I'll mention, our government has stepped up to support seniors, individuals who are living with a disability, and many other groups and segments of the population that are struggling in various different ways. And we've done that over and over and over again. This is our chance to support workers, working Canadians that need a break as well. So it's a perfect complement to have a GST holiday and have a check for workers going out after the holidays. Thank you.
The Honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by sharing and making clear that the Greens certainly support this GST break for 2 months. It's a $1.6 billion expenditure. We would put forward that there'd be other options of where the government could have started first, for example, by more than doubling the completely inadequate Canada Disability Benefit. But on balance, we would support it. What is, however, markedly different in the legislation that is going to be debated tomorrow versus the draft that was provided last week is, of course, the entire $250 vote buying scheme is left out altogether. Now, what was left out in the original scheme, as always was the case, is people with disabilities. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, what will it take for this government to recognize that people with disabilities and low-income seniors are those in this country who need some of the most support? That people with disabilities make up 40% of those living in poverty across the country. When they talk about addressing affordability, why is it that people with disabilities are never included?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the member opposite and I have had many conversations, very productive working relationships, so I want to say I respect his point of view. But I just want to say our government, quite the contrary to what the member has just sort of implied, does care very deeply about individuals living with a disability. And I know that the member opposite cares about those individuals in his community as well and has advocated for that. So I think we share that passion and that commitment, that compassion for those individuals who, through no fault of their own, are often living in conditions and not able to necessarily work to the degree that they would like. So the Canada Disability Benefit is something that our government has offered. I agree with the member opposite. This particular piece of legislation and measures don't apply to them, but it doesn't mean that we can't consider additional increases to the amount that they get in future legislation or the federal budget.
For a brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Very quickly, Madam Speaker, I look at it as a holiday tax break on the GST on a number of products as a positive thing for Canadians coast to coast to coast. What surprises me is the Conservative Party's response seems to be saying they're not only going to be voting against this legislation, but they also want to get rid of the rebate, the carbon rebate. And again, that really hurts the constituents of Winnipeg North, as I suspect it does for 80% of Canada's population, if he can provide his thoughts.
10 questions. So 10 minutes of questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Sorry.
Thank you to my colleague and friend for the great question. You know, I'm always shocked in this House as to how the Conservatives' orations and rhetoric does not align with their actions. They talk every day in this House about tax cuts, and then when it comes time to vote in favor of a tax cut for Canadians, they're unwilling to. They did this back in 2015 when this government first got into power and offered a middle-class tax cut. I don't know if you remember that, Madam Speaker, but I think that was a great measure. The members opposite, if they were around at that point, definitely voted against that too. So, you know, when we opted for tax fairness in the last budget, and worked on measures to increase taxes for some of the most wealthy and invest that money in a more affordable housing, the Conservative members voted against it. When we offered a GST rebate before called a grocery rebate, they voted against that. They vote against everything because just hyper-partisanship. If it comes from this side of the House, they're against it. It doesn't matter whether it's good for Canadians or not.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the great Thomas Sowell said, and I quote, "The more people who are dependent on government handouts, the more votes the left depend on for an over-expanding welfare state." And I can't think of a better quote for tonight's debate when we're talking about this temporary 2-month tax trick that this Liberal NDP government has introduced, which is nothing but a cheap gimmick and something just to buy votes from Canadians. Overwhelmingly, everyone that you talk to, no matter what part of the country, it's a common theme when people ask, what happened to Canada? What kind of place did Canada turn into? How did Canada get so weak? How did Canada end up getting such weak borders, such a weak economy, and such weak security? And the answer is simple. It's because we have a weak, incompetent, selfish Prime Minister.
That's right.
That's why. Madam Speaker, I remember after immigrating to this country, growing up here, we didn't have much, and I know many people can relate to this story today, but the outcomes are much different. For me and my family, when we moved here, we didn't come here with very much at all. We lived basement to basement, sometimes all in one room, because that's all we could afford. I'm the son of a taxi driver and a mom who worked different jobs, like at a Tim Hortons, at a long-term care home. I didn't really get to see my parents growing up because they were working all the time just to put food on the table. I remember at a very young age, me and my brother getting a paper route. So we would finish elementary, come home, and put together the newspapers. They would come in 5 or 6 bundles, and you have to put them together. Then you'd have to go hand them out, sometimes in the rain, sometimes in the snow. Sometimes you get chased by a dog. But you know what? We had to earn. We had no other choice. I was considered an at-risk youth. But growing up, I didn't feel much more different than anyone else. Because even though my parents struggled, we all struggled really hard, we could get by. That was the difference. Even though we weren't making much, at that time you could still afford a home, you could afford to pay your rent, you could afford a mortgage payment. You could go to the grocery store and still be able to get a week's worth of groceries with a powerful paycheck. And this is why people keep asking, what happened to Canada? Even someone like me, who was an at-risk youth, lived through a lot of poverty, didn't think that there would be much. My parents didn't really think that either I was gonna, I would have much of a future, just because of the way that we grew up. And I was very fortunate to be able to grow up in the riding that I get to represent today. And that's the voice I bring to this House, are those people that grew up just like me. But the difference is, today, after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, that Canada that we all once knew is gone. The Canadian dream that my family came here for, and many other immigrant families, and the ones that were people that were born here and grew up here, that they knew about, where you could put in hard work, and earn a powerful paycheck, live in a community that's safe from drugs, especially ones that are government funded, safe from being abused or even murdered. Like we see today, the rise in violent crime. That was the difference. That's all it took. It took 9 years of this incompetent, weak, liberal NDP prime minister to turn this country into what it is today. I could not have imagined, Madam Speaker, that we would be living in a country where there's over 2 million people visiting a food bank in a single month, a third of which are children. 1 in 4 people in this country are skipping meals. Skipping meals. There's parents who are skipping meals so that they have enough to give to their kids. Madam Speaker, that's something I know very well about. This is something that I've seen in my own household. But we could still afford our rent then. We could still get groceries, even though we had to delay when we got them. But today, we're hearing about moms putting water in their kids' milks just so that they can stretch it out, buying less nutritious food, going to the almost expired aisles just to go shopping because that's all they can afford. There's other concerning stats that we've never seen in Canada before. 1 in 5 children live in poverty in this country. Child poverty is up just after 9 years of this incompetent Liberal NDP government. Canada has the worst living standards in the last 40 years. Our GDP per capita has been on the decline for 2 years. In fact, it's technically we're in a GDP per capita recession. In simple terms, Canadians are getting poorer. It's not just a term that we can use. That's what Canadians are feeling today. As much as the finance minister says that they're in a vibe session, whatever that means, the vibe is clear in this country. Canadians are getting poorer. They're suffering. Or else 2 million of them wouldn't be lining up in food banks. Our jobs, our businesses, our investment are fleeing to the U.S. where there's less regulations, better return on investment. In fact, almost $500 billion of our Canadian jobs investment has gone to the U.S. It's making U.S. workers richer. It's making the U.S. economy better. It's building pipelines in the U.S. And Canada is left footing the bill. Because that's what 9 years of incompetence does. This Prime Minister has driven our good jobs, our good investment out of Canada. That's the vibe of Canada today. The explosion in population growth, even though this incompetent former immigration minister was warned by his own department that they were about to explode the immigration levels. There was already a housing crisis. They warned him it was only going to get worse. They ignored it. And just like this 2-month temporary tax trick to buy votes, they exploded the population for votes and votes only. And what did that do? It did exactly what their department told them to, the same thing that they ignored. It made housing even worse. In fact, what kind of a government spends almost $89 billion on housing and housing costs double? Yeah. What kind of measure of success is that? Is it really something to celebrate? Is that really a vibe session that they spent so much money to achieve such a horrible outcome where all these people that they brought here in search of getting more votes for themselves are now living under bridges, that they're sleeping in their cars because they can't afford housing because they doubled housing costs? That's the reality. Madam Speaker, remember when you used to be able to go to the grocery store and get a full week's of grocery in $200? What does $200 get you now? Barely a bag, maybe a little bit more. That's why people are suffering so bad in this country. That's what 9 years of incompetence by this Liberal NDP government has done. When they doubled the national debt, doubled food bank usage, it's nothing but misery for the good people that just want to work hard and make something for themselves and their families. And what does this Prime Minister do? After doing all of that to them, he continues to kick them down harder. He kicks them down with a punishing carbon tax scam, one that takes more from Canadians than what they get back in these fake rebates, which is proven by their own public budgeting officer, and one that doesn't help to reduce emissions. And we know that because their own department told us that there's no measure that they keep that says that if they increase the carbon tax scam, this is how much lower emissions go. Because they know it's like this Prime Minister and not worth the cost. But Canadians are left with that cost. They see that cost when they fill up gas, when they go to the grocery store, and when they have to turn up their heat, which they're all doing right now since winter has started. They don't have the luxury of this multi-millionaire trust fund baby Prime Minister.
Exactly.
They actually have to go grocery shopping for themselves, unlike this Prime Minister. They have to fill up gas themselves. They have to drive their kids around to get to tutoring, to go to sports. They don't have the luxuries that this spoiled Prime Minister has, that has exploited Canadians and made them poor. That's the difference. But we have a common sense Conservative leader that knows about hard work, that grew up in arguably the greatest city in the greatest province in this country, in Calgary, Alberta, who knows about hard work. That's why he not only talks about the common person, he is a common person. He's definitely extraordinary, but he is one that cares about everyday Canadians. That's why on this side of the House, we have common sense policies for the common people, the people that built this country, the people that have kept it afloat, even though this incompetent Liberal NDP Prime Minister continues to kick them down with his failed policies continuously. Have you ever seen this many homeless encampments in the country? This Prime Minister brags about housing that somehow he spent almost $90 billion on. The only thing that really went up are the homeless encampments that have went up around the country. And they brag about that no one has invested this much in housing as much as our government has. But what did it get them? What did it get Canadians? It got them more homelessness. It got them more food bank usage. It got them more pain and suffering. But I guess it's all good because all these people that are suffering are just in a vibe session. It's fine.
Okay, just cut Disney Plus, remember? I'll be fine.
Canada is in an absolute productivity crisis after 9 years of this government. We already know how much investment they drove out. But you just have to look at the gap between a U.S. worker and a Canadian worker. That gap is widening. In fact, U.S. workers are $32,000 better off than Canadian workers. If this incompetent government had just kept pace that Prime Minister Stephen Harper had, then the gap would not be as wide, and a Canadian worker would be at least $4,300 richer a year. A year. That would make a huge difference. Yet this government and their failed policies, supported by the NDP because their leader really wants his $2 million pension, so he keeps this incompetent, weak Prime Minister in place, has turned Canada's economy worse than Alabama's, which is one of the lowest economies in the U.S. Canadian household debt is the worst in all of G7 countries. But we have to look at why. On an average paycheck, Canadians used to spend about 40% on just housing. But after this government doubled housing cost, doubled the national debt, what did that do? Instead of a 40% of the paycheck, now it's 60 to 80% in some cases of what the paycheck goes just to housing for a worker. And as I had spoken before, when you go to the grocery store, you notice the difference. In fact, in the US, their prices are 37% lower at the grocery store than in Canada. It is all directly because of the carbon tax scam. They're charging a carbon tax to the farmer, then they're charging carbon tax on the trucker who's shipping that food, and to the grocery store who's selling the food. And of course, at the end of the day, the Canadians that are buying the food get hit with that overall cost. That's why it's a scam and nothing more. And that's why it's so expensive at the grocery store. But this government comes up with these cheap gimmicks, these lollipops that they give just to garner more votes. This is the reality because they know they can't stand on their own record. It's a failed record over the last 9 years. That's why we have statistics the way we do. If I was to read those statistics about 2 million Canadians in a food bank, 1 in 4 skipping meals, 1 in 5, you wouldn't think you're living or you're talking about a first world country. You would definitely think you're talking about a third world country. But that's what this government has done. And for a government who keeps talking up a big game, the member before from Whitby talked about muzzling and, not being able to speak. It's ironic. The Toronto Star, of all people, published saying Liberal MP says he was threatened with consequences for opposing $250 check proposal. Threatened. The Hamilton MP said earlier this week that he would vote against the government's cash rebates because they leave out seniors and people with disabilities. The New Brunswick MP said she would support the current measures when it comes to a vote, even though she believes it is too restrictive. Newfoundland MP said he would like to see the checks expanded to include seniors who receive the guaranteed income supplement but would support it, as is because he doesn't want to cut off help for Canadians. Another MP, St. Catharines MP, who's a Liberal, said the benefits should be targeted and said the Liberals have already enacted measures to help seniors, such as Ottawa's dental care program, which prioritizes seniors. But he's not in favor of what the government is putting out. Yet they are being muzzled. Remember the 24 MPs who supposedly signed a letter that wanted the Prime Minister out? Where are they now?
Waiting for a cabinet post.
Like my friend just said, either they're waiting for a cabinet post or they just went away. What this Prime Minister is good at, he's good at muzzling people, especially women, especially strong Indigenous women, ones that used to be in his cabinet, like Jody Wilson-Raybould, who stood up to his corruption, that said no to his corruption. And what ended up happening to her? Not only was she muzzled, she was kicked out of cabinet and kicked out of caucus. That's the record of this fake feminist Prime Minister. One who's done blackface more times than even he can remember. Someone who virtue signals about his carbon tax scam and belittles everyone else who has to drive their car to work, that has to drive their kids to sports, but slams a carbon tax scam on them as he jet sets around the world on his little celebrity tours, taking selfies with celebrities, and trying to make himself look flashy for whatever role he's going to try to play after the next election. Because, Madam Speaker, after the next election, this weak, incompetent Prime Minister will be replaced with a common-sense Conservative leader and a party that will bring back and restore the Canada that we once knew before. One that will axe the tax. We will get rid of the carbon tax scam for everyone for good.
Yes.
And do it to everything. We will build the homes not only will we take the GST off, take the tax off homes that are built under $1 million, which will help create 30,000 more new homes and save people on their mortgages and the cost of housing, but we'll also incentivize municipalities, the ones that this Prime Minister keeps shoveling billions of dollars to, that end up building more bureaucracy and not more homes. We're going to make sure that we're going to incentivize them to have 15% more homes built, permits closed, or else we're going to withhold their infrastructure dollars until they meet that target. That's how realtors work. That's how municipalities should work. We're going to fix the budget. This incompetent Prime Minister who said budgets balance themselves, he doesn't think about monetary policy. And recently he said he'll let bankers think about the economy. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? Our common sense conservative leader doesn't only think about the economy, he'll fix the economy. We're going to bring in a dollar for dollar law. For every dollar any department wants to spend, they have to find a dollar of saving, just like we have to do at homes, in our homes, on our house budgets, and what businesses have to do. And we're going to stop the crime, the lawlessness, the crime, chaos, drugs, disorder that this Liberal NDP has unleashed all over our streets. We see it every single day. Another story comes out every single day that is, and most of the time it's from repeat offenders. Yeah. We're going to bring in jail and not bail policies to keep the repeat violent offenders in jail, where they deserve to be. Yes. And Madam Speaker, I'll finish off by saying, instead of taking pennies off Pringles or chump change off of chips, a common sense conservative government with the member from Carleton as a Prime Minister will axe the tax on everything, for everyone, for good, and we're going to bring home the Canada that we all once knew and still love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just a moment. Excuse.
Madam Speaker.
Order, the honourable member for, hold on here. Grant Perry Mackenzie, sorry.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that there is some debate right now with regards to what happens, but I was here when I just wanted to make sure that my colleague had his additional papers. He hadn't. He was looking for them. Madam Speaker, I'm working to make sure that he does have those. Madam Speaker, you're shaking your head. I'm not sure why.
Yeah. So the honourable member actually ended his speech, and it wasn't until other members came in to or raised and we're trying to raise a point of order. I was rising to recognize the honourable parliamentary secretary for questions and comments, and so the honourable member indicated that he had finished his speech at that time. The honourable parliamentary secretary, questions and comments. Sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for sorry, it's escaping me for a second. Prince George, no. Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, just to be very clear, Madam Speaker, I was sitting right behind the member giving his speech. All he was doing was adjusting to actually find the piece of paper that he was looking for. He found it, and he's ready to present it. So that's from somebody that watched it right, that was close. So
has the floor, so I will let him finish his point of order.
So I just would challenge the clerk that we actually saw what was happening right in front of us, and he was going to make, he was looking for the document that he has to do. So I just challenge you, Madam Chair, that you would...
Sorry, there is no challenges to the chair that way, and I just want to remind the member it's not proper to challenge the chair. I actually am sitting in front of the member as well. I'll allow, before I continue, I'll allow other points of order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's very straightforward, as you know. When a member concludes their speech and sits down, that's it. And other members can't come in and try to cajole them to change their mind and get up again. It's a little disserving of Parliament how the Conservatives are acting right now.
Point of order, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Yeah, I just point out, Madam Speaker, that the convention here is that we take people at their word. I clearly saw the member still on his seat. He was leaning over. He was. I had the perfect vantage point. I was just a little bit behind the honourable member. I could actually see behind the table, and he had not made contact with his chair at all. It might have looked like it. He was looking for the document that contained the rest of his speech. So I think the most reasonable thing to do, the member still had the opportunity to continue speaking. He was reaching for those documents. The most reasonable thing to do is to take the member at his word, allow him to finish, and then I know the member for Winnipeg doesn't often get a chance to speak, but I'm sure he'll have an opportunity in a moment. Then he can ask his question. But I think the conventional thing to do would be accept the member for Calgary Forest Lawn at his word, allow him to continue.
So again, I just want to remind the honourable members that I am in the order. I see the honourable parliamentary secretary is rising on the same point of order again.
Madam Speaker, just so that we're perfectly clear, the member who's right across from me sat down, I stood up. Other members said, no, there's this. I was ready to ask my question, Madam Speaker, and you are just about to recognize me for asking the question when there was the interruption across the way. He was clearly had sitting down, and I stand prepared to ask my question as I did minutes ago, Madam Speaker.
So again, I've heard the points of orders. The honourable member for Northern Rocky, Peace River. Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies has already raised on this point of order. I'll allow him to interject one more time, and then you will allow me to speak.
What I wasn't allowed to finish, Madam Chair, when I said challenge, I was going to say challenge to see the video where he actually did not sit, because he actually didn't sit. I was sitting right behind him and saw that he was looking for the paper and trying to find that document. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
He did look at the video, he did sit, and the honourable member had unlimited time to order. The honourable member had unlimited time, and he indicated that he was done his speech. Questions and comments, the honourable parliamentary secretary of the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I am actually shocked that the Conservative Party of Canada, under the leadership of the Conservative Party, has actually decided to vote against a tax break for the holiday season on a number of products as a way to be able to assist Canadians in every region of the country. And, Madam Speaker, they're actually doubling down. Instead of giving that tax break during the holiday season, they're telling 80% of my constituents, and in fact, Canadians, millions of Canadians, that they're going to also get rid of the carbon rebate, which is going to take more money away from constituents. The question, Madam Speaker, is why is the leader of the Conservative Party being the Grinch of Christmas and not allowing Canadians at least to have some relief dealing with the holiday season?
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, that member is right. We're going to axe the tax for good for everybody. And Canadians, the minority of Canadians who get this phony check, they won't need that rebate anymore when we don't take the money from them in the first place. And as their own parliamentary budgeting officer said, a majority of Canadians pay more into this scam than what they get back in these phony rebates. So we're going to keep the money in Canadians' pockets. First of all, that's going to lower the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. We're going to fix the economy because we already know it blows a massive hole in our GDP, and it drives investment outside of Canada, which is already done. That's what we're going to do instead of them penny pinching over Pringles We're going to axe the tax for good to bring the cost of groceries down.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is in free fall. A government in free fall will panic and then begin to improvise. We are currently witnessing a total failure in communication. It's a farce. Moreover, this won't help those who are struggling the most. The most vulnerable are those who are struggling to buy products which are already not taxed. Would my colleague agree that this is problematic? This measure will help the most well-off. The government can boast and say, oh, well, people are going to talk about us and all that we're doing for them.
The member's right, Madam Speaker. This will help the most that are the people that are better off in society. They're the ones that will be able to go to eat at those restaurants, that they might be able to get more off on their GST. What it doesn't do is help the struggling Canadians that this Liberal NDP government has forced into food bank lines to get cheaper groceries, to get the cost of their gas down. The only real way to do that is to go to a carbon tax election now, so common sense Conservatives can axe the tax for good. Not only for gas, groceries, and home eating, but take the tax off of new homes that are built. That's going to help bring down the cost of everyday living for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Well, thank you. Honourable Member for Grant Perry Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I apologize. It's the Honourable Member for the NDP. I'm sorry, I just arrived. Okay. Okay. The Honourable Member for Grant Perry, but I just came into the chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but Madam Speaker, I think it's important for the House to understand what's happening in the House tonight. What's remarkable is that we're debating a confidence motion, one that has been well publicized over the last number of weeks as an agreement, a marriage, a re-engagement between the NDP and the Liberals has been enacted with the agreement to conduct two elements. One is this temporary tax trick, and there was another guarantee, an agreement to give out $250 checks to Canadians, but it was limited to just some Canadians, not all Canadians. Now, in the Toronto Star, what's interesting is that it's clear that the Conservative Party, the Liberal Party, the NDP party has all opposed these measures, but now we're learning that Liberal members also oppose the $250 checks, and that is what is missing in this legislation. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, one of the Liberal members from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, was quoted as saying, these comments...
We already had that clearly said today, that it was out of the scope of the discussions. No, I didn't hear what was happening. No, I don't know what happened online. I didn't hear it. I can't see anyone. I only see the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. That's who I see online. Yes, the Honourable Member for Grant Perry Mackenzie on a point of order.
That type of language, Madam Speaker, in the House of Commons is clearly unparliamentary. And what we heard from the video was completely inappropriate. Madam Speaker, I'd like you to seek to find who that was.
Well, I will take it under advisement. I didn't hear anything. I was listening to the Honourable Member, and I was trying to tell the Honourable Member that questions about political partisanship is not it's out of the scope, as was told today by the Speaker earlier during question period. So I'd like the Honourable Member to ask a question so we can move on.
I think my colleague is absolutely right. Out of all people, the Toronto Star has said that it's not just Canadians who know this is a cheap gimmick to buy votes. It's the Liberals themselves who know about that. It's the MP from Hamilton East Stony Creek who was brave enough to say that he was threatened with consequences for opposing this $250 check proposal, which is nothing but a cheap gimmick. And the reason why it's a trick, Madam Speaker, is because once the same time they're going to issue these checks, this Liberal NDP government is going to jack up the carbon tax once again. Exactly. And that's where this trick comes from, that they're trying to buy votes, give out these little lollipops so people can ignore the fact that this Liberal NDP government has doubled housing costs, raised the carbon tax scam that's made everything more expensive, that sent more than 2 million Canadians into a food bank. All of these things are just a major distraction and nothing more.
Yeah. Comments, the honourable member for Port Moody, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, when this member first...
To interrupt, the honourable member, the honourable member for Grant Perry Mackenzie on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, just moments ago, you ruled that my question was out of order because I was asking my colleague about what is clearly dissent by members of Parliament for a portion of this bill that has been stripped out. You ruled that that question was out of order. I'd ask you, Madam Speaker, on what basis did you rule that to be out of order?
I agree with the honourable member that the question itself is not out of order. I overreached in thinking that it was a more partisan kind of attempt to bring the question, but the honourable member did get the answer that the honourable member.
I didn't get to finish my question.
Well, the honourable member for Calgary's Forest Hill referred to it and made mention of it. Yes, but I did overreach in reacting to the honourable member like I did. So I totally admit that I overreached by telling the member that the question was out of order.
Is it an apology?
Yes, it is. It is an apology. It is an apology. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was about to say, when I first came into this House, the member that made their speech today was a very congenial member, and I actually enjoyed conversations with him, but over time that's really stopped, and I think it's really sad what has happened today and over the past months, and even over the last years with the Conservative Party of Canada and their commitment to themselves rather than to people. And the member said tonight about corporate greed, about grocery prices, and I want the member to know that corporate greed is why people can't afford their groceries. And this member just voted again to prop up more corporate greed by refusing to have financialized landlords come to committee to tell us why they're displacing renters, with persons with disabilities, immigrants, and people living in poverty, why they're displacing them out onto the streets. So I wanted to remind the member what they're supposed to be doing in this House by sharing the record for the NDP over these last 3 years. A reminder to the member that the NDP has achieved $10 daycare for Canadians, which is already bringing the economy up for women. Dental care for people. People in my office crying that after...
A question. We have to limit to 2 minutes each intervention.
That are brought. What has the Conservative Party of Canada brought to Canadians in the 3 years that they've sat in this House and done nothing?
Member for Calgary Forest Hill.
Madam Speaker, what's sad is that the leader of the NDP put on this theatrical performance that he learned from this former drama teacher prime minister, pretended to rip up their agreement, only to tape it up once again once they use the people of Elmwood Transcona for their votes, to go back with the most corrupt prime minister in Canadian history. And what did they do? What are they supporting? They're supporting the doubling of housing costs on Canadians. They're supporting the quadrupling of the carbon tax scam. They're supporting the fact that more than 2 million Canadians are going into a food bank in a single month in this country. 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals in this country. 1 in 5 kids are living in poverty. Those are the policies that this Liberal government has brought about in our country, that the NDP has supported. And why? Because the leader of the NDP is greedy for his $2 million pension. That is all what this is about. That's why he continues to prop up this Prime Minister, and that's why Canadians are suffering so bad.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
This has to function based on facts, and that was absolutely untrue, and I want him to retract it and apologize for saying something that he knows is untrue.
I'll give the opportunity to the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn to finish his answer in 20 seconds.
Madam Speaker, facts speak for themselves. This Liberal NDP government has doubled housing costs. They have doubled the national debt. They are the ones who forced Canadians into a food bank, and they want to quadruple the carbon tax scam. Let's call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives can axe a tax for good, and we can kick this Liberal NDP coalition to the curb.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Shefford. Taking the GST off diapers and children is good, and that should be normal. But saying that we're going to take GST off bottles of champagne, expensive restaurants where only rich people can go, that doesn't make sense. The measure that is proposed seems to be help more richer Canadians, because those who have less money, they pay their rent, which doesn't have tax. They pay groceries, and even basic products at the grocery store aren't taxed. So taking tax off heat would be a nice thing, but it's the richest Canadians that will save the most with presents they'll be buying. Madam Speaker, retailers aren't happy with this measure because it involves a lot of fees, thousands of dollars in fees that for changing things. So there are high costs for these temporary populist measures. And Madam Speaker, the way they're doing things has never been seen here in the House. Taking taxes off just for 2 weeks, and then we're being muzzled. We're learning about the legislation just a couple hours before we debate it in the House. We haven't studied it at committee, and this is unacceptable. And the government is really tired. They're out of steam. And they're just making a little Christmas gift here in the run-up to an election. It's taking citizens for idiots. They said they wanted to do things differently, but I'm very cynical. This is really a small government, a very tiny government for what they're doing. So now I go back to small businesses. They're telling us there are high adaptation costs to this measure. We're talking about several $1,000s, even tens of thousands of dollars, and they won't make up the costs with extra sales. They'll have to go through all the products to identify them properly, and they'll have to pay staff to do this. It will require them also to recalibrate their caches and their machines. So there's also a lack of technicians to do this. And we're talking about $4,000 to recalibrate. And if you look at the major players like Walmart, they have solid means to be able to adapt to this measure, but small businesses don't. So there's no compensation for them in this legislation to help them adapt. Madam Speaker, here's a few examples. One hotel decided to close because they can't stay open over the holiday period because they thought the adaptation costs are too high, and this housing company decided to close. And there's another bar that says they're not sure if it'll apply to restaurants, and they're not sure if bars will be included because they hope not, because they don't want to have to go through this adaptation. They have to bring in a technician for their payment machines on January 1st, and that will be the case for restaurants and bars in Quebec. Why? Because as of January 1st, these tip machines have to be calculated before tax. They have to come in once for that, and then they have to do it again on December 14th, and then again at on St. Valentine's Day. So there's a real lack of labor for that. They never decided to consult us to see how things would go. So they have to bring in someone 3 times. And then $7.50 for a pint of beer. So if it costs $7.15, they think some retailers might keep the price at $7.50 and just pocket the difference because it'll cause them too much trouble. Another example, drinks under 7% in alcohol don't have tax. So they have to, some retailers have to go through all their drinks to see which one a tax would apply to. All this for 2 months, it's quite a heavy process. A Caesar has 1 ounce of vodka, and then they add juice. If I put a lot of ice, then will it be above 7%? If I don't put a lot of ice, then there will be under 7% alcohol. So the GST, he'll end up pocketing it because he doesn't want to lower his prices. So they're saying it's too much trouble. They don't want this to apply. It's a great deal of trouble just for 2 months. This is a really tired government that is just doing any old thing. Another example, children's clothing is nice. In this bill, they're saying, well, when it's children's toys for children under 14 years, if you have a teen who has to wear adults' clothing, they'll still be paying the tax because that child is too big. And then another thing, Madam Speaker, all the costs for provinces. I'll start with Quebec. We know in Quebec that the Quebec sales tax is calculated on the sales tax plus GST. Well, if we no longer have it for 2 months, the GST, then the GST, the Quebec tax will be calculated on a smaller base. So it complicates things, and there's a shortfall there. In its great magnitude, the government should have called the Quebec government and compensated it. No, they didn't do this. They didn't think about this. The government just whips up this bill at the last minute. Doesn't make sense. Ottawa will have to pay Revenue Quebec to. Ottawa gives its money, so all adaptation costs for Quebec revenue will be added up. They didn't even ask us about this. They should have gentlemanly offered compensation. It should be in the bill because the government doesn't really think beyond the end of its nose. And if they have a nose the size of Pinocchio's, well, it's really hard. They're not even thinking they're not really thinking ahead. It's a really small government. And even worse, the 5 provinces that have harmonized sales tax, Ontario and the 4 maritime provinces. These provinces, well, Ottawa receives a tax for them, and it's the same as a provincial sales tax. It is harmonized, and they have to deal with this bill. And the provincial sales tax in Ontario will be 0 for 2 months. We understand Doug Ford doesn't want tax beer. He seems to be in agreement with this. He doesn't want to squabble with Ottawa, but if provinces there's a 13% tax, 8% for the federal government and 5% for the Ontario, but it's the provinces that have to pay for most of this measure. If someone wants to buy a bottle of champagne to celebrate New Year's, well, they don't really need such a gift, but there are also restaurants. It is these 5 provinces that will be bearing most of the costs for this measure. And they did this once again without consulting us. And, Madam Speaker, I think the government is trying to trick the provinces and the Conservatives by saying, if we do this, it won't make sense. And the Prime Minister, the Premier, Conservative Premier in Ontario will say, you're playing with my finances. So, we will be against this. And the government will be able to say, no, we want to lower taxes, and the Conservatives don't want us to. So Doug Ford didn't seem to want to fall into this trap. And it's not fair for the federal government to say what the provinces should do with their taxes. Another thing, Madam Speaker, I'm thinking of all the businesses in In Gatineau and the Outaouais, there'll be a 13% tax break, or in Quebec on that side of the border, and 5% if they go in Ontario. So if they want to buy a video game or a case of champagne, they'll do their shopping in Ontario, and that won't really help our salespeople. Our retailers will have to pay millions of dollars and see their sales go down because the government didn't think about this when they whipped up this bill. And then I'd like to talk about the $250 check. It was in the first iterance of the bill. They didn't want to present it. There seem to be a lot of errors in this legislation. They don't seem to have any partners for these electoralist measures. They gave out checks in 2015 to families. Maurice Duplessis used to give out fridges to his constituents, and then it was the same kind of thing. Yeah, we'll give you a tax break and then you'll vote for us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government, House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this legislation affords members of Parliament of all political parties to take a look in terms of how it is that during the holiday season that we can recognize and give a bit of a tax break by saying during the holidays for 2 months you don't have to pay GST on a number of products. I would have thought that members of all political parties would reflect positively on this particular motion, and I'm not overly surprised, a little bit I must say, that the Conservatives are voting against it. But listening to the member opposite, it sounds like the Bloc is going to be joining the Conservatives in voting against it. And my question to the member is, would he not recognize that during the holiday season, given what Canadians have had to endure, even though we've done relatively better than in virtually any other country in the world, but it's still a good thing to give them that bit of a break, even if it's just for 2 months? Why not support it?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We can't even study this bill at committee. We can't even amend it. We can't do anything with it. For example, there are seniors who called my office. Well, they're saying there's no tax on diapers, and how come not diapers for seniors? This isn't funny. It's not even in this measure. But yeah, a $100 bottle of champagne will be. So we should have looked at this wisely. For example, well, this is government money that it is gifting to people. So why did they do this? Why did they not forget the GST credit? Well, yeah, we agree on the no tax for children's diapers, yes, but no tax for restaurants for rich people doesn't make sense. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that the problem that the country is facing right now in terms of finance is really a structural issue. There are a lot of people across the country that are in debt. Also, next year, there'll be 1 million people in this country who will have to renew their mortgages. And when the government spends an extra $6.5 million, well, releases it into the economy, does my colleague agree with me that this is a problem? That there's a potential of increasing inflation? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, when we include the $250 check, this gift, so people will vote for this government, we're talking about $6.5 billion. So also, they didn't want to increase OAS for seniors. No, they're saying 2 million, too many people. That was only $3 billion. So if we had put $3 billion for seniors to make things fair and another $3.5 billion in housing, it could have helped things. It would have been structural. It would have made a difference. But this is a small government with very little vision. They're just looking at the next election and minimize the losses. That won't really change the fundamentals of our economy. There are too many issues, and this government its time is up. Thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague's intervention, but there's no doubt there are benefits that will come to Quebecers with this legislation. There's been a lot of pressure to take taxes off essential goods for families. Yes, there are benefits, but I'd like to go back to another benefit that the NDP brought forward. That was dental care. It's the most popular in Quebec, this program. There are 1 million Quebecers that are part of this dental program now, and there are 400,000 that have already received dental services and care. And the Bloc was opposed to this. That's what I don't understand. The NDP is pushing for ordinary people, everyday people, have benefits, and the Bloc is opposed to these very programs that are helping people. Quebecers have already used them. 1 million Quebecers have. So why is the Bloc opposed to a program that helps so many people in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, in terms of the GST break, it's perfect for essential goods. No problem with that. But $100 bottles of champagne and $500 restaurants, no, it doesn't make sense. For dental care, Quebec, in its program, it has a public. Now they're giving it $2 billion to Sun Life. It's private. It pays just to administer this program. Imagine if we had put $500 million in dental care. So we have to respect provincial jurisdiction. We would have done things better. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this evening we're debating a bill that we've learned from talking with the Bloc colleagues and constituents. It's drawing the wrath of many. Even economic experts have said that it's a bad idea. And yet, in an inflationary context, the Bloc reminded us that we have long been calling for measures to help the most vulnerable, but that the devil is in the details, as we often say in Quebec. And the more you study the bill, the more you realize it completely misses the mark. And yet, at the outset, Madam Speaker, even I was naively fooled into thinking that it would please a lot of people. When I went home last Thursday, I was thinking that a lot of people would be on board. But then as soon as I went back to my writing, I realized that people were disappointed, rather. And they weren't fooled. And to just complete what my other colleague was saying, they were talking about the checks in 2015 under Harper, but the Liberal government in 2021 sent a check to seniors of 75 years of age or older. So obviously, well, I'll first talk about seniors, and then, well, I'll talk about things that my colleague from Joliette didn't have a chance to talk about. Some things weren't in this bill. The checks were also discussed at the same time, and they excluded the seniors. I'll talk about that, and I'll go back about what could have been done with the $6.3 billion, and finally about other opponents to this bill. But first, let's talk about the fairly unanimous opposition of seniors. We learned a little bit of information. We realized with great surprise that the seniors were once again forgotten. So there'll be no checks for retirees or seniors or other people or people with disabilities. But however, anyone with a taxable income of up to $150,000 could receive this election gift of $255. What cynicism, what crass opportunism, what shame. So I've been in contact with seniors groups since the weekend, and it culminated in this group coming to the Hill today to lament the fact that they had once again been ignored by the government. FADOC explained earlier this week why this check would be paid only to workers and why it was a bad idea. And I'd like on the side to pay tribute to my colleague, Mr. Mercier, who said this was a bad idea. If only he was part of the Liberal cabinet. Anyway, I'm a bit off track there. will give a quote from the FADOC. The federal government fails retirees, it says. The federal government has once again shown its lack of consideration for retired people by not including them in its one-off $250 payment, a measure announced on November 21st. This $250 payment, which is called the Canadian Workers Rebate and will be paid out next spring, is reserved for workers who earned a net income of less than $150,000 in 2023. So the FADOC spoke on behalf of its members and retirees in general, communicating their discontent and dissatisfaction with the offices of Madame Freeland, the Seniors Minister, Mr. McKinnon, and Public Services and Procurement Minister, and the President, Gisèle Tassé-Godman, urged them to include seniors in this program to correct an inequity. So today on the Hill, 3 other groups came to make their voices heard. The ARQ, CSQ, explained through its president, Micheline Germain, and they said, if someone had told me one day that I'd have to campaign for retirees to be entitled for a $250 check to help Canadians cope with the rising cost of living, I don't think I would have believed them. And that's how crazy the situation that brings us here today is. It's as if inflation only affected working people, and worse still, as if many of Quebec's retirees weren't vulnerable. And the AQDR pointed out that the chair in inequality has said that 50% nearly of seniors live below the sustainable income threshold, and for too long their fixed incomes have not kept pace with wage increases. Secondly, where could the money have gone to be more useful? To increase pensions and OAS, the 10% we're talking about for seniors aged 65 to 74, just as we've been asking for 2 years now. Poverty doesn't wait for you to be 75. Needs are growing at food banks, and food aid is on the rise for seniors. A temporary suspension of GST is not going to help them. And on the last homeless day, I read that homelessness was on the rise, especially amongst seniors and students. So this measure is less expensive and would have been a better target for them. The GST is not at all a targeted measure and a structuring measure to help families get through this inflationary crisis. My colleague said that other measures could have been more effective for families. And the most expensive budget item and biggest concern for families is housing and home ownership. I attended a housing symposium in Granby last week, and housing experts pointed out the inefficacy and problems at CMHC. So I'll repeat this. $3 billion was paid for Bill C-319, and the member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert reported on an extensive tour of Quebec on housing, and I also did a tour with this bill, but I can't even talk. I'm not even talking about the money that should be raised for the organization Vers chez Soi, where Quebec is still waiting to share its work on the issue of homelessness. And third, there are other problems with the GST suspension. The Chamber of Commerce and Industry is saying it's going to cause problems. A family organization, the Maison des Familles de Granby, is saying that this measure is a vulgar band-aid that won't help vulnerable families in the long term. And also there's an issue with Commerce Tourism Granby. They're saying the problem of businesses, they have to program their cash registers, and not all products in the store will be exempt from GST. And then with the holidays approaching, there are labor shortages, and they'll have to program all of this, so it's highly problematic. There's also elected municipal officials who got less money than expected from the federal government's program. To help housing, you need municipal infrastructure, and the federal government must do its part. And the last thing is that this debate makes the bill I tabled more important than ever. The bloc is once again calling on the government to give rural recommendation to Bill C-319, which would put an end to two classes of seniors and increase OAS by 10% for those aged 65 to 74. And according to the OECD, Canada is one of the industrialized countries where the population suffers the sharpest drop in purchasing power upon retirement. So this is highly problematic. They can't say it's too expensive to increase OAS and then spend the money elsewhere. So we're asking the government to focus on its responsibilities, and its central mission is to protect retirees 65 to 74 who have been left aside once again. They're not a priority. They have to help families and workers, and social housing and homelessness are crucial. So we're not even talking about all the different issues of harmonization between the various provinces. So at this point, I would like to table the following motion with the member of Quebec Joliette, that the motion be amended by adding that this being given to the Standing Committee on Finance, so it study this bill, and under the study, order the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to appear before the committee for at least 3 hours at the date and time that the chair of the committee will decide, no later than December 13th, 2024. So I'd like to table this motion, and I'd be happy to answer questions from my colleague.
Madame Larouche, appuyée par M. Sainte-Marie, propose l'amendement suivant. Que la motion soit amendée par l'ajout de ce qui suit. G. Qu'une instruction soit donnée au Comité permanent des finances afin qu'il étudie l'objet du projet de loi et qu'au fin de cette étude, il soit ordonné à la vice-première ministre et à la ministre des Finances. Est-ce qu'il n'y a toujours pas de traduction?
Are you getting interpretation? I'll begin again. Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moves as follows. That the motion be amended by the following. That the Standing Committee on Finance be instructed during its study that the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister be invited to appear for 3 hours at a time set by the committee, but at latest at the end of December. This amendment is in order.
The Bloc would move such an amendment, as their relationship, I guess, grows closer with the Conservative Party, that at the end of the day, this legislation, which is ultimately going to be giving a GST tax break on a wide variety of products to Canadians. That's a wonderful thing to see take place for the holiday season. For 2 months, I understand now the Conservatives have said no. They're going to vote against it. Now we have the Bloc that seem to want to put it off and take the chance or the risk of Canadians not receiving this tax break during the holiday season. Why is the Bloc Party not wanting to see even the people of Quebec and all Canadians receive at least some sort of a holiday relief? Does she not believe that the people of Quebec deserve some relief during the holiday season?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question, but I think he didn't hear what Quebecers are saying. I talked to him about what citizens are saying, about what economic experts are saying. Nobody, municipal representatives or others, no one thinks that this measure, which is completely absurd, because it excludes necessary items and includes other items that are not necessary, and it's temporary. What these people need is a well-structured, long-term assistance, not this. They need a government that has real vision, but they're not here to serve the interests of the people. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will put my question in English, because I think otherwise I'd have to search for my words.
Something extremely important about the structural problems that exist within our economy right now, the debt, the deficit. People are looking for relief, but they're not looking for short-term relief. They're looking for long-term relief from an affordability standpoint, and that also includes, in our view, axing the carbon tax, because it's having a cascading effect across the economy. So from a structural standpoint, these pieces that are being spread out about the economy are not going to do anything. Does she agree with that, that structurally it's not going to have an impact on the major problems that exist today?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I see once again that both Liberals and Conservatives do not understand Quebec's reality. What people want is that OAS be brought up 10%. With all the economic uncertainty and all the inflation, it's a really problem. But Liberals and Conservatives voted for this. It's what we need to do is to protect, for example, our farms. I want to see supply management protected, because the upcoming period is very uncertain. We want to protect supply management. We want to say clearly that we are going to protect our farmers and producer. We're talking about this kind of thing far more than the carbon tax.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate what my honourable colleague had to say. There is absolutely no doubt. We're talking about having essential items taxed. People who are struggling can't benefit, but there's another thing. And this, people feel, all Quebecers feel this. It seems all groups in Quebec, the union movement, economic experts are saying, vote for the, in the past, it was the NDP that brought in health insurance. Now, we also worked on dental care, and Quebecers wanted it. We have to listen to Quebecers. It seems that there's a contradiction here. Can my colleague enlighten us? Why is the Bloc Québécois opposing these measures that Quebecers seem to want? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, Conservatives, Liberals, NDP, none of them understand the reality of Quebec. Now, we have people who have to go to private companies or dentists because they can't be helped. Now, what would be helpful to Quebec would be an increase in the health transfer payments.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today. This is just another example of the NDP getting things done in this Parliament. And Madam Speaker, when you look over the past 4 years, starting with COVID, all the COVID measures, Conservatives basically didn't contribute anything to the COVID measures. You'll recall, Madam Speaker, during that period, it took unanimous consent to get material through. And it was the NDP that was driving the government to provide more supports for families, more supports for seniors, more supports for people with disabilities, more supports for students, more supports for small businesses, trying to ensure that at all times people were taken care of during COVID. So, Madam Speaker, I would say that, Madam Speaker, I would just ask you if you could bring the member to order, please. Under here, it's very difficult to hear myself.
The Honourable. But what
because
members?
Under this roof at the end, as you know, it's.
Members are chirping
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I couldn't hear anything here, so I apologize to the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. But it's there, yes.
You know, I worked with people who are deaf and hard of hearing before coming into Parliament, and there are certain acoustic weaknesses in this House of Commons, and one of them, of course, is if people are talking under this roof, that sound carries quite heavily. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for doing that. So the NDP during COVID provided a lot of supports, and you'll recall as well, Madam Speaker, that subsequent to that, when we look at whether we're talking about dental care, whether we're talking about pharmacare, whether we're talking about affordable housing, whether we're talking about the red dress alert, ensuring that unionized people who go out on strike aren't undermined by replacement workers, the anti-scab legislation. All of these things are NDP things that actually have made a real difference in the quality of life of people, particularly when we talk about dental care. Madam Speaker, this is a reality that is effectively changing the lives of so many Canadians. We've already had 1 million Canadians, mainly seniors at this point, that have benefited from the NDP's dental care program. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is that each and every Conservative MP, on average, has 3,000 or 3,200 people in their riding that have actually benefited from the NDP dental care program. Now, you'll recall, Madam Speaker, Conservatives absolutely refused to have this adopted. They were kicking and screaming to make sure that they could block it at every opportunity. And the NDP succeeded procedurally in getting that project through, getting pharmacare through, ensuring that people in their riding, including a Barrie Innisfail, actually benefits from what the NDP has succeeded in doing. Thousands of people in every single Conservative riding have benefited from the NDP's work. Now, Madam Speaker, we're not expecting Conservative MPs to stand up and say thank you for helping our constituents when we refuse to do it. But it is important that when we see this bill now, given how Conservatives have acted in the past, blocking everything that benefits people.
That's right. I have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Prince George, Northern Rocky, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, the member just said how he's challenging us how the NDP have done so much work for our ridings. I just was at a committee meeting where we've lost thousands of forest workers because of
yes, that is debate, and I would like to let the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby pursue his speech. L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Madam Speaker, was there a party that's going on in the House? Because I didn't get my invitation. I think this is a question of order in the House. I think we should maintain quiet as much as possible. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Just following up on my colleague, comments from my colleague Prince George. I mean, to talk about forestry, are you kidding me? The Conservatives under Harper with the Harper softwood sellout, they lost not only $1 billion, basically snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, they gave up $1 billion, but they closed 200 softwood plants across the country. And that cost us 100,000 workers. When I go to Prince George, there is a lot of resentment of the Harper Softwood Lumber sellout and the lost jobs, not only in Prince George, but right across this country. So I'm sorry, but when the Conservatives start talking about softwood workers, give me a break, Madam Speaker. Their policies were terrible. Worst, most corrupt government in Canadian history, incompetent in financial management, scandal after scandal, all covered up by the Conservatives, and now they have the audacity to say, well, we took care of forestry workers. They sure took care of forestry workers. They threw them out of work, and that is not how an NDP government works. We make sure that people get good jobs. They get good unionized jobs. They have the wherewithal to put food on the table and keep a roof over their head. But, Madam Speaker, I want to come back to what the NDP has accomplished, because here is another example when we look at the bill that we'll be voting on tomorrow. Another example of the NDP putting pressure on the government to get the government to actually do the right thing. The government does the wrong thing. It's followed far too many times what the Conservatives put into place, like the massive overseas tax havens that cost us over $30 billion a year, according to the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer, courtesy of the Harper regime, courtesy of every single Conservative MP. Now, they can't get thanked by their constituents for pharmacare or for dental care or for anti-scab legislation or affordable housing. But they can thank their Conservative MPs for allowing the rich and the most entitled people in Canada, the most profitable corporations, to take over $30 billion in taxpayers' money every year offshore. That's thanks to the Harper regime. That's their most notable achievement, was to hollow out and gut the federal budget. Now, Madam Speaker, it's because of those things that we have to have this motion that's before us tonight, because you simply can't trust Conservatives ever to do the right thing. You can't trust the Liberals always to do the right thing either, but when they accept NDP leadership, they do end up doing the right thing. As far as Conservatives are concerned, they simply do not. And that's why we need a motion that actually gets us through all the gates and obstacles so that we can get this GST relief to Canadians. And, Madam Speaker, you'll recall, of course, it's the member from Burnaby South who called for this, who said we needed to take the GST off of family essentials. Now, of course, the NDP thinks differently from Liberals and Conservatives that are always just paying lip service, or sometimes, in the case of the Conservatives, badly damaging the country every time they get the reins of power. What the NDP called for is to take off the GST from all the essentials, which includes the cell phones that we use that are essential service, and we pay far too high. Cell phone bills, Madam Speaker, we're gouged in this country. We also want to take off home heating and off children's clothing and a variety of other essentials. The government has done part of that, certainly not all of it. But we believe in this Christmas season that we have a responsibility as parliamentarians to step up and actually get the GST relief adopted. Now, Conservatives don't feel that way. They prefer posturing. They would love never to do anything to help anybody. And so that's their modus operandi, is to come into the House and pontificate but never accomplish a damn thing, Madam Speaker. And when you compare the two leaders that will be contesting the next election, we know that the Liberals are not popular. There's no doubt they made a number of mistakes. If you take the member from Carleton and the member from Burnaby South and compare the two accomplishments, I'll take one for the last 20 years, and I'll take one for the last 20 weeks. So, Madam Speaker, let's take the member from Carleton over 20 years. What is his singular accomplishment? Well, I've been in the House at the same time, and I can tell you the one thing he did in 20...
Can I actually have some order, because I can't hear the honourable member? The honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know it's difficult for Conservatives to hear the truth. I know that it pains them because they live in this kind of weird silo where everything they've done is good and they have a terrible, terrible record, Madam Speaker. But if they don't want to listen, they, as you pointed out, Madam Speaker, they can simply leave the House. They certainly didn't have any problem leaving the House yesterday. We had an emergency debate on the tariffs, the Trump tariffs. We had an emergency debate. Every party was here. The Green Party was here the whole time. The Bloc Québécois was here the whole time. The NDP was here the whole time. The Liberals were here the whole time. Conservatives showed up late to work, and then they booked off early, Madam Speaker, because they don't give a damn about this country, and they certainly don't give a damn.
Can we please do not use language that is really not parliamentary, and we know we cannot mention presences or absences in the House. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to mention the fact that not only did he mention the presence or absence of a member, but used very unfortunate language. And I would ask for him to retract it and apologize.
I do ask the Honourable Member to please retract that expression.
Sorry, Madam.
The Honourable Member retract that expression. The last sentence the Honourable Member used.
I certainly will, Madam Speaker. I will retract the expression that caused such offence. Now, Madam Speaker, I hope that Conservatives will take that as a lesson next time they use blatantly insulting and unparliamentary language in this House and refuse to withdraw it. This is how adults actually work in the House of Commons. This is how you should work in Parliament. When the Speaker asks you to withdraw, you withdraw. And unfortunately, we've never seen a Conservative actually do that because they don't.
Another point of order for the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
The rules in Parliament are clear. The retraction shall be short and it shall be to the point.
No, it was. The Honourable Member resumed his speech.
To lecture us, like that's not appropriate.
The Honourable Member was resuming his speech, and there is latitude. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. My goodness, the Conservatives are sensitive. They're a sensitive group. They're just so sensitive to criticism. Gosh, sensitive about their record, sensitive of criticism. So let us continue the comparison, Madam Speaker. The member from Carleton in 20 years has accomplished one singular accomplishment. He managed as housing minister, and this is his singular achievement, to build 6 homes. Great. Okay, Madam Speaker, now at a time, and the Conservatives are right to point out that the housing prices have doubled under the Liberals, and they're right to point out that the food bank lineups, tragic as they are, have doubled in size. What Conservatives won't admit is the same thing happened under the Harper regime. Housing prices doubled under Harper. And the Conservatives have never admitted to that, never apologized for their role in that. And of course, Madam Speaker, as well, we know that food bank lineups doubled in the Harper regime. So what Canadians are living through is half the responsibility of the Conservatives and half the responsibility of the Liberals. Now, the Liberals, to their credit, will accept NDP leadership, and we get things done, like the dental care program, like pharmacare, like finally having investments in affordable housing. The member from Carleton thought it was cool to build 6 homes in his long tenure as Minister of Housing. The Liberals now have the wherewithal, because of the NDP pressure in the last budget, to build hundreds of thousands of homes over the next few years, and we take full credit for having made that advantage. So we look at the member from Carleton, 6 homes in 20 years. Now let's look at what the member from Burnaby South has accomplished just in the last 20 weeks. In the last 20 weeks, Madam Speaker, not only do we have this GST relief that we'll be voting on tomorrow that will take off the GST, which I have to mention, Madam Speaker, is a Conservative tax, takes it off of family essentials. Again, Conservative MPs can thank New Democrats for working on behalf of their constituents, but they won't, because Conservatives don't do that. They just don't. They don't thank us. Each one of the MPs that are in this House got 3,000 of their members, their constituents, who got dental care because of the NDP, and I've never had a Conservative MP come up and say, thank you, NDP, for fighting so hard for my constituents. On the GST, it'll be similar. We're going to make sure that their constituents are taken care of. We're going to take the Conservative GST off family essentials, and that is going to make a difference. Is it as far as the NDP would go? No. We would include home heating. We would include telecom, where we pay far too much. We would ensure that Canadians have that, and we would make this permanent, Madam Speaker. But we're not going to stop a bill. We're not going to block a bill when we know that it's going to benefit Canadians right across the country. We're going to make sure that it gets through, and that's why we're coming back to this motion so that we can actually get it through. Because if you ask Conservatives to do anything, they never will. It'll take them years and years and years. They'll offer a ton of excuses, but they will never get things done on behalf of their constituents. Because their modus operandi is to make things as bad as possible. They certainly succeeded in the Harper regime in doubling housing prices and doubling food bank lineups. Now the Liberals, unfortunately, saw that as an example and did the same thing. But the reality is, in this corner of the House with the NDP, we actually believe in doing things that will benefit people, and that's why we're going to be supporting this and making sure that it is put into place, is implemented tomorrow night. So let's come back to this comparison again, Madam Speaker. On the one hand, you have the member from Carleton, 20 years, fat pension. My goodness, $20 million pension. The fattest pension in Parliament is from the member of Carleton, just a big fat pension. And of course, in 20 years to earn that pension, he built 6 houses. Okay. Now let's look at the member from Burnaby South in the last 20 weeks. 1 million Canadians have had dental care because of the member from Burnaby South and the NDP caucus in the last 20 weeks, Madam Speaker. In the last 20 weeks, we got the pharmacare bill through the House, through the Senate, and now in just a matter of a few days, we're going to have agreements with provinces that start to flow that medication. It means everybody with diabetes, and there's 4 million people with diabetes in this country, and some of them are paying $1,000 or $1,500 each and every month for their diabetes medication. Well, Madam Speaker, what that will mean is that diabetes medication will actually be covered. Constituents like mine, Amber, paying $1,000 a month for diabetes medication, she will have that crushing financial burden taken off her shoulders. That is an important fundamental shift in how we treat healthcare and expand healthcare. For 4 million Canadians, when the provinces sign on, as they are, they've already expressed interest, except Conservative provinces, and I'll come back to that in a moment, Madam Speaker, that what we will see is a fundamental relief in that crushing financial burden that comes from diabetes. And for many families looking for contraception, they won't have to struggle also to see whether or not they have enough money to pay for their contraception and family planning. I'll come back to the Conservative provinces, because we've got a couple of provinces that have the worst health outcomes in the country, and they're all Conservative, Madam Speaker. When you look at Conservative provinces, you see the highest crime rate, and you see the lowest and poorest health outcomes. And those two are connected, Madam Speaker. And Conservatives will say, well, we're never going to sign on to pharmacare. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, we saw the same opposition by Conservative provinces to universal health care. One of Canada's proudest achievements, in fact, when you ask Canadians what institution they admire most, it's universal health care in this country. Tommy Douglas, the first leader of the NDP, who is the founder of universal health care in this country, always believed that pharmacare was the next step. But when we got universal health care through this House in that time, Madam Speaker, what happened then is the Conservative provinces opposed it. And what happened, Madam Speaker? Well, first, the provinces that signed on saw how universal health care was a benefit. And some of the Conservative provinces suddenly realized they had a political problem if they didn't sign on. So they actually had the foresight to sign on to universal health care. There were some Conservative provinces that didn't, Madam Speaker, run by very stubborn Conservative leaders who didn't really care about their populations at all. And what happened, Madam Speaker, and this is why it took 3 years to fully implement universal health care, is that those Conservative leaders were defeated. Their population said, hell no, we're not going to allow this Conservative extremist to block our universal health care. And I predict the same thing will happen with universal pharmacare, Madam Speaker. What we're going to see is Canadians demanding that as the provinces sign on and the people get the benefit. Why should somebody with diabetes in Alberta have to pay and pay and pay when in British Columbia, which has a progressive NDP government, who is signing on to universal pharmacare, where that person has the diabetes medication and devices covered. Now, Madam Speaker, when you look at the accomplishments of the last 20 weeks, the member from Burnaby South, as I've mentioned, things like anti-scab legislation, affordable housing, and dental care, pharmacare, and I could go on and on. You can see that in the last 20 weeks, the member from Burnaby South has done 10 times more, if not 20 times more, than the member from Carleton, with his fat pension, has done in 20 years. And, Madam Speaker, that is a comparison that people are going to see when we have our election, which will be in 2025. We know that that's scheduled then. That's when Canadians will make that comparison. Do we go with somebody who's just all hot air, or do we go with somebody who's actually done things for me? And I do caution Conservative MPs that have had 3,000 or 3,500 people in their ridings. Their constituents already benefit from the NDP dental care plan. They might have to think a bit when they're campaigning about how they explain why they've opposed something that has benefited so many of their constituents. Now, the final thing that I wanted to mention, Madam Speaker, is the issue that the member from Carleton raised. I think he said, well, gosh, it's a trick. He likes to say that. He likes to say that programs don't exist. It's very Trumpian. It's sort of, I'm just going to pretend that there's a different reality, dental care, for example. But the reality is there is a Conservative leader that called for exactly this type of program, Christmas temporary GST relief. And that was Aaron O'Toole, Madam Speaker. And there's video out on that. So I encourage my Conservative colleagues to actually watch and educate themselves and see Aaron O'Toole calling for exactly the same thing that the NDP is bringing to the House tonight. GST relief on essentials is going to make a difference right across the country. The NDP would do it better and do it differently, but we're not going to stand in the way of something that is going to benefit people. And it's for that reason, Madam Speaker, that we'll be supporting the bill and we'll be supporting the motion tonight. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm going to be sitting down. I'm going to be contacting my chair. And I just want to assure Conservatives, when I contact my chair, I'm not going to change my mind and pretend that I should still speak or try to play some games. I'm just going to sit.
It's time for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments from my colleague across the way. And like him, I am a bit surprised that today's far-right Conservatives have made the decision to vote against this legislation. It would appear as if the Bloc are going to do likewise. And this legislation ultimately provides recognition at the very least, and I know the NDP want to do more, but at the very least giving some tax relief on the GST. But I want to pick up on his comments in regards to pharmacare. Like him, I am very passionate about it. And fortunately, between the Liberals and the New Democrats, we were able to come up with legislation. And one of the fears I have is that a future Conservative government would actually get rid of the pharmacare program, when in fact we should be looking at ways in which we can expand it, to include things like shingles, as an example. I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in terms of the fear factor of the Conservative hidden agenda that would not only not support pharmacare, but look at getting rid of it in some form or another.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off by saying Liberals weren't passionate about pharmacare when 3.5 years ago they stood in this House and voted down the NDP's bill on the Canadian Pharmacare Act. They voted with the Conservatives. It's the evil coalition of Liberals and Conservatives voting against, or the corporate coalition voting down pharmacare. I'm glad that 3.5 years later we've put in place the rudiments of pharmacare. It's going to help people with diabetes and contraception. But yes, absolutely, we need to move beyond that to all classes of drugs. This is something that is a no-brainer. It'll save $4 billion for Canadians. It will save hundreds of lives every year. And so I'm hoping that the Liberals have changed their heart from their previous mistakes and that they actually become passionate about what the NDP has brought to this country. Now, will the Conservatives cut it, scrap it? Absolutely. I wouldn't trust anything in the hands of the member from Carleton. After 20 years, he's accomplished nothing.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Tommy Douglas was from Saskatchewan. An amazing man, actually, a man of God that valued people for the right reasons and did a good thing. However, since then, I watched my province over the last years prior to the current government forming power being driven into the ground. No jobs. Out of 6 children on my side of the family and 5 in my husband's, everybody left the province but 2 because there was nothing there anymore. And now, fortunately, business is welcome and things are booming in spite of what's happening federally. And I'd like to just mention to the member, and perhaps he'd like to comment, on the fact that in Saskatchewan, when the NDP had their convention, they requested that the federal NDP leader in his lovely suits and lovely watches not attend their convention.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it a bit disturbing that a member from Saskatchewan, where there's cases of scurvy, would then say things are great in Saskatchewan. And the reality is there was a recent election. And when you look at the people of Regina and the people of Saskatoon, the 2 principal cities in Saskatchewan, they didn't vote Conservative. They voted New Democrat. In fact, all of the ridings in Regina and all of the ridings except one in Saskatoon voted NDP. That shows that people in Saskatchewan don't feel Saskatchewan is going in the right direction at all. And they're saying already, they gave a warning to Scott Moe and they gave a warning to every single Conservative federal MP. Look, don't take us for granted anymore.
We're going a bit away from the scope of the motion. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister on a point of order. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by my colleague, the Minister of Citizen Services, that the House do now adjourn.
I want to hear from here. He's got 5 more minutes left.
Ms. Cara, seconded by Mr. Beach, move that the House do now adjourn. Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, February 28, 2024, the motion is deemed adopted. Comme il est,
It being 8:38, the House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to the standing order.